swift in diving for its prey. But the peculiar structure of its body prevents it from making a perfect landing. During the nesting period, great numbers congregate on certain isolated islands. This island alone, more than 6,000 come annually. Some trick of nature, it appears that a perfectly good goose is forced to wear a long beak, sporting a fishnet. Soon these young will reach adulthood, and like their parents, will lift their heavy bodies from their perches, and after several rapid strokes of their wings, level off in an environment that they are fit for.
Gotta love it when I have my microphone disconnect thanks to a software update. And I nailed the thing too. I'm not going to be able to do it again. Let's give it a genuine effort though. Order the brain of the bird with the brain of the broad brain. Hang on. Is that broad brain? What brain of the bird with the bird of the brain of the bird, broad brain board. I'll have you know, I'm catching those things throwing in curveballs to me. Broad brain, I didn't get the first time, I saw that the second time. I got a fresh cup of tea. I'm very sad. I ran out of Stroopin waffles yesterday and I've actually been lamenting the loss.
Oh, I miss Stroop waffles anyway because of the gluten-free thing. But oh, I love stroop waffles. There's a company near me who do gluten-free ones, and it just fills me with great joy. So I just made 80 sausages.
80.
Yes.
Oh, I might take a couple of those. I suppose that's 4 stacks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Disappears quicker than you think.
Yeah, it really does. I think that was all of our entrails, though.
I think we have a entrail farm somewhere out here, don't we?
Yeah, I think it's in the east. And what other things can it cook us to get that topped up? I'm trying to think what's efficient, so I'm not using everything.
Yeah, I think
Because wolf skewers are great, but I find them to be quite expensive.
it's the only way to use wolf, I think, at the moment for us, though.
Wolf jerky as well.
Is that any good?
It's 33 health and stam. So it's a good balanced food, but yeah. I still like good old deer stew.
Yeah, I think the carrots deer stew is one of the best things you can get out of the menu currently.
I think I'll make some of them. Means I'm gonna have to spend a while cooking deer, but
And it's not like we're short on blueberries.
my wife's just appeared next to
Oh.
me with a chicken and sweet roasted pepper risotto. So my webcam is going back off on stream.
Sounds delicious. Should eat before I die to something funny and hilarious. Do we have 3 pigs in here or 4? 4. I should get 4 mushrooms and throw them in. But how are you, Flicky? Counterproductively gonna move my water bottle further up the desk. I love how the moment Johnathan named any of these farmyards, I did it for both of them too. The moment Johnathan put up signs for the onion farm and for the carrot farm, I immediately flipped on what went where. I didn't even realize too. Like, I just started planting onions and carrots wherever and realized afterwards he'd named the farms basically the exact opposite of what I planted ever since.
This is it. He's on holiday, so we get to mess with things.
Oh, speaking of, one of the farms is empty. You're feeling a food coma? Well, can't complain about that. Food coma is probably the best way to go
Deer
out.
stew again.
If you're not gonna fall asleep on your own terms, well, I suppose. Hang on, you could
Carrots,
you could intentionally induce a food coma, so maybe it would be on your own terms. Point
We
being,
only have 34 carrots up here, by the way.
I don't have any more down here, but I might have a secret stash somewhere.
Just in case I accidentally use the last of the carrot supply.
We should have half a stack in a chest down here for farming purposes.
Cool.
I'll have to double check though. It was a bowl of pasta. Oh, I'm starting to think Valley might be onto something about you having pasta every day.
This risotto is lovely.
Although, I think there are way worse meals to have on a daily basis than pasta. It's not a meme. Empty. Do not eat. And carrots. And 28 rocks down here. It's a curious thing. There is. There's a chest labeled do not cook and add 10 carrots and 28 rocks.
Nice.
We also have 143 carrot seeds, so I don't think we're struggling too much. Three seeds. And I need the cultivator, which is in the gardening chest. Pasta Burbrian? If that translates to something different, I'm not aware what it would be. We left the thistle outside. Pasta Burbrian.
Right, let's see.
Do I like pasta board, board ribbon? Okay. I got that time. And yes, I do like pasta. There is not been a pasta on the
let's make
planet that I
carrots.
haven't liked.
I've just
Even
made
the
34 deer stew as well.
Even the pasta I've had where I've sort of been like, you know, I have better pastas I'd prefer. I can't say I dislike those pastas. There's like a creamy... It's not a feta in chicken, but it is like a weird chicken creamy thing. I never liked that whenever my mum made it. But again, I'd still eat it. It was still nice. I just had other pastas I'd prefer. It was one of those things that's like, I'd rather you have something else on the pasta page. But yeah, pasta and noodles alike, instant and
Could do turnip
the
stews
effort
if
kind.
I've got any.
Turnip is boar meat. Isn't there a better use for boar meat?
Yes, probably.
I'm not thinking of anything. I think sausages? Turnip stew are
sausages
stamina
use
though,
boar
aren't they?
meat. Yeah, turnip stew gives you 55 stamina. So.
What's onion stew? 60.
The onion soup's 60 and it's just 3 onions. I'll see how many onions we've got.
Up a chest I think I left.
Oh, plenty. Right. Time to go onion stew, mad. Onion soup even. Again, do you have onions down there before I use them all?
Oh, plenty. I've got 197 seeds on me and another 80 onions as well.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna put the carrots back in the carrot farm now. Put some elbow pasta with homemade spicy pasta sauce and a lot of veggies. Cooked too much pasta, but instead of being a reasonable adult, you ate too much. That is, honestly, that is one of the best quote-unquote life hacks you could ever do, is cook too much every time and freeze half. Future you will always thank yourself for having something you can pull out of the freezer and eat on a lazy day. And hey Chew, how are you going? I actually don't know what time it'd be over there for you. You're normally in Sophie and Sparkle's stream, but far as I know. Sparkles late afternoon or early morning. I don't think I've seen on during usual American hours. Are you just like me, Chew, where you don't really sleep a whole lot? Although I can't say that anymore. My whole week has just been sleeping lately. Have been busy recently, so I stop by once in a while.
I really wish this game had like a craft all option.
Yeah, just like a little up-down arrow next to the craft button and a number. That's what I need.
We have literally no onions left up here. I did make all of the soup.
How much did you get out of that?
Yes. 10, 20, 30, 40, 59.
That lasts us today. Don't sleep much now. It's 9 p.m. It's not so bad. 9 p.m. isn't too late. Oh, Lord.
We have so much silver still. It
was actually something I have on my to-do list a little further down at some point. I have eventually got the idea to go get some iron.
Yeah, we definitely will need to top that up for just the odd bits and bobs.
We also technically need to do a Withered Bone hunt for bone mass.
Yeah. Because I thought they would be quite easy, but for what you guys are saying, I am incorrect in that thought.
I've never tried, but I've heard I've heard rumors. One rumor I heard originally was that those bone piles that spawned both the skeletons and the Draga in the swamp. I heard a rumor they dropped bones a couple of weeks ago. But it turns out someone seems to have confirmed that it's not the bone piles, but rather the chests that usually are adjacent to those bone piles that have withered bones in them.
Oh, next to the spawners.
Hmm.
That's probably quite a good shout, actually.
Between that, I think it's a super low chance of ever spawning in the muddy scrap piles anyway, but those are the only two locations I know to get them, and without being able to access a crypt.
Yeah, yeah. We have 272 silver, by the way.
I've already got my pants. I think we brought back enough for one piece of armor each.
I am full Fenris, so... Yeah, I could upgrade Yeah, I could upgrade Forstner a couple times.
The Drake helmet would be my next best upgrade, because that'll double my armor points again.
We even have the trophies for that, so you could go do that easily.
Why is the forge the wrong way? Is it?
Here's a question as well. Where is the boat currently?
I would hope through the portal where we left it.
Which portal was that?
One of them? I know we had the one next to the trophy. Abomination trophy should have a portal sitting right next to it. That's the most recent one I remember jumping back and forth through while we were in the
I'll have a
plains.
look.
Did we... Where were we plane topping last?
Far off in the northwest.
It was near Yagspawn,
I've
wasn't
just...
it?
Oh, that
Is the
portal
boat all the
was
way
just
over
down
at
from the
Yagspawn?
Could be. Because I'm at the Elder where you dropped that portal there. Because we were dying a lot. Or I was.
It's quite nice not seeing those numbers jump up by 10 every time I log on now.
Hmm. I've just jumped through the blank portal. It's taken me down here.
Is there a boat there? Right on the coast?
Nothing. It's just a blank portal. And like 3 death skeeters. I'm going back through.
In the Black Forest, too.
Yeah, it looks like there was a little bit of plains just off the side of it. I have 83 flint heads, so I'm not too bad actually. I might go back and harass them. Might go back and harass them actually.
That's something I could actually have a personal project on. I'm still using the bone tower shield. I think Serpent is the next one, but we need a harpoon for that, don't we?
You know, just go for the silver shield. I've got one.
Can you get a tower shield in silver?
That's a very good question. I don't think there is one. I know there's a black metal one, but we can't do that.
I think Serpent is the equivalent for silver.
Yeah, Serpent's basically your iron silver era, if you will. Right, let's go and annoy those death scales. I thought that would have worked. Gillen just snuck up on me.
Honestly,
This
I'm
is the
surprised.
tiniest plains ever.
Oh, someone just pointed out the forge is backward. Now that's going to annoy me. It is too.
And a troll.
I don't, okay. My justification for not touching anything is this thing here. This thing is an absolute pain.
Anything else you want to throw at me, game?
I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna hate it.
Oh, it's so nice having a silver shield to block with.
Gonna put that back. Alright. If I move the forge now,
I wonder
I
if maybe
have
hunting for Withered
to make
Bones is
an
an idea
entire
too.
session about rearranging that whole thing. It's not something I want to do.
There's a bit of swamp here. Don't have any poison pots.
I don't think we have poison pots at all anywhere, do we?
Oh, we have a lot.
Oh, do we? Okay.
There's like 6 stacks. Ah, this island is actually far less useful than even I thought.
As long as you're okay with seeing the forge face the wrong way every time. No, I'm bloody well not. I'm not okay with that. I want it to not do that. But I also don't want to spend my whole stream today fixing the forge. I'm gonna live and let live. I will have to put up with it. Whether I'm okay with it or not is not the question. I'll fix it later. We'll get on stream a whole 5 hours early next week. And we'll fix it then. We'll start the stream up 7 hours early and we'll smash the forge and realize you can't place it back down the other way around. I mean, okay, I could be making a fuss for nothing. If I can smash this and place it back down facing the other way without having to move anything else, then I could do it right now.
Into the swamps with no poison pots.
Okay. Okay, crisis averted. We're fine. Oh. Speaking of. Abyssal Razor.
Kinda hoping I find one of those spawners to maybe prove that theory as well.
Yeah. What's an Abyssal Razor cost? I don't have the recipe for the Abyssal Spear. Oh, no, there it is.
You should do.
Oh, we can't upgrade it.
It's annoying, there wasn't a chest in the first one I found.
Alrighty.
Nah, nothing. Dang.
I suppose that's the one benefit of having travelled so far to find Agathir. Bloody Howdor.
Yeah.
It's the fact that we now have seemingly just mapped most of Valheim at this point.
We're not going to need to do any further out, that's for...
Save for actually exploring all the land masses, I feel like we've done as much travelling as I've seen on a WLC server, which is up to 4,000 days now.
Yeah, I've not seen a server as well travelled as this one. Just straight up none.
Well, there should be a few swamps actually to your north, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm just running through a big swamp just now. It's proven to be pretty fruitless.
"60 health. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I?"
Sounds bad. I think somebody's been in here. Single bloody spawner here. Ah, shite, 2 blobs.
Even grab myself a potion.
I'm relying on the fact I can almost one-shot them. Got a withered bone!
Nice. That's actually a really short turnaround.
How many do we need?
Half hour's effort. I think we need 4. But if we can keep
the
that
chests
rate,
next to the spawners work.
yeah, if we can keep that rate of finding withered bones one every half hour, that'll be a short task. Nowhere near as I figured that was going to be our next Howdor mission, basically.
Yeah. Well, that's good, at least it's coming out of the chest.
Do you use knives often?
I
think
just
you
got a
said
Dragon
you're-
Elite trophy as well. Just went through the withered bone. Through habit. I'm at the second one, didn't have any chests. And we're almost to plains now.
So, you also use knives occasionally, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of the knife usage.
Has it been recent that the third hit on knives makes troll groin make a squishy noise?
I have never paid attention to that.
As someone who switched to knives recently, it was a very big difference to suddenly have the third hit go squelch. Never
I'll have
noticed
to
that on
go
any other
attack
weapon.
something now. Oh, bugger. There's really accessible guk here, but I don't have a pick.
I'm also not sure if that's a recent change either. But I've not noticed it on sword or anything else, so...
Didn't hear the sound when a triple hit a fueling just.
No, I've only noticed it with trolls.
This is a mad old plains where I am. Now, how do I even begin to navigate this?
I never used to notice it happening. Very recently, the third hit, I was never super big with knives though. Yeah, the Abyssal Razor has always been my favorite knife, but when it came to picking between knives or spears, I was
This
always
plains
the
is a
spears
mess.
person.
Feel more secure running through the locks into the swamps. Let's see what happens.
So I don't know. When it comes to when it comes to the squishy noise on the troll, I don't know if that's a new addition.
I'm really glad that that actually confirmed that the chests are in spawners will give you what you need. That shouldn't
Yeah,
hopefully be too painful.
it's always something to hear rumors and people saying, "Oh, this is how you do it," but to actually have the end result, to hold it, is another thing entirely. Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the perfect example of that was trying to find iron in the ground around the edges of the swamp.
Yeah. Did you ever try and do that with a different biome?
I never believed it would even work.
Water else bones be weak.
There's so much a skeptic, and you guys were like, oh, we found some.
Yeah, like a whole stack from a single search. I want to try and do it again though, because that could have just been pure luck.
Is it just that one singular one we've still found?
We've only done the one iron hunt. All the iron we had was from that one biome, which is why it was such an insanely lucrative thing. If we could replicate that though, using the same, any method, let alone the same method.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to try. Oh, that Lox is currently running around the swamps killing everything. Awesome.
I'm gonna reset up the portal again. It's moved a little ways north to a troll hut thing.
The portal that I went through.
Yes, the blank portal.
Cool.
Don't you dare! Oh. I sat here staring at it for 15 seconds thinking we were just going to be stranded now. We don't have a second blank portal at home to connect to. No. It's live. I'm going to test it. Welcome in, Crazy. How are you going? A hydrate and a calorie.
To the north of this really, really weird plains.
I'll tell you, I'm going to pop if I actually eat too much more at the moment.
Do you reckon it would work on the border of the plains and swamp as well, or is it just Black Forest?
We haven't tested anything else. The initial rumor Johnathan gave was Black Forest and swamp borders. The lack of testing, though, we won't know. Happy to give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a hammer. May the boop be with you.
I do, yes. You are directly north, about 3 minutes away from me, so I'll be there shortly.
I have went through plains and several chunks of swamp, so...
You know what I might do?
I've not explored that side.
I am going to set up another blank portal at home, and I'm going to bring through spare portal mats with me.
Very good idea.
It's a wake and bake morning. I feel really good today.
Oh, I found a few like village as well, so...
I haven't had takeout in a hot few days. I've actually been looking after myself, eating properly, and by properly, I mean an excessive amount of steak with every meal. I bought a ton of, not sandwich steak. I mistakenly thought it was sandwich steak. And I bought a bunch of it. It turns out it wasn't sandwich steak. It was just marinated actual real steak.
I'm next to a few like village, but can't see squat because of the mist.
Yes, the bipolar 10-minute weather you hate has rolled in.
Yeah, I cannot see anything inside that village.
Oh, Oh, free food. I'm gonna stick around and collect some. But I do feel a little vindicated and very happy actually if it is the case that it's just been a dietary thing. And I won't lie, a fortnight ago I was basically living off of takeout coffee and greasy fast food. Oh, but I don't see them.
Looks like I found a second village as well.
Suppose if any of those have a totem, that'll be two birds, one stone.
It's so damn foggy I can't actually go in and see. Like the fog is impenetrable at the moment.
It's just a free food event.
It is
I
also
love
basically inside the swamps, that village too.
Am I actually full of stuff? Alright, let's put that all in here. Yep. I don't think I'm gonna be launching back into streaming stupid hours again. As far as balancing my energy levels, I am still crashing and burning a lot quicker than I was a fortnight ago. So I think
okay, that goes through trees.
I think I'm probably gonna have, like, I'll either do on-off for a little while and see how we go, stream every second day. I've currently got Wednesday, well that's a little awkward because it'll be Wednesday race day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday still. But that could still work.
Run away!
I just have to actually be stubborn enough not to get takeout when I'm doing these long streams. If I properly give myself an hour and a half every time before a stream, there's plenty to cook and eat before the stream goes live. Yeah. We're gonna call this one... No, this one's gonna be blank. We just don't stream. I did that actually. I took the week off. I behaved. This one is gonna be... Shop table cups. No, sorry. I have to catch up. I did hydrate, but officiated. Thank you for the hydrate.
It's even foggy in the mountains, Bard.
Mountains even have fog. Wait.
I
That's
think
not
it
meant
was
to
just
happen.
because it was so close to the plains. This is the maddest biome ever because there's blobs in the snow just now. The plains blobs.
Sounds like you've got a patch of very strange biome generation up there.
Yeah, it's all a bit mad.
I don't know why I went back through. Oh, actually, no, I do. I'm carrying a bunch of garbage food on me. And thank you for the color rate, Crazy. How have you been this morning? we even have a neck? We do. No bones. So I'll throw them there. And off we go. To the regular. Ooh. Pony. Right. I'm gonna put this over here. We'll go get our honey. And good, we're done. Link portal is set up and ready to go. Even though it doesn't seem like it, streaming takes a lot of energy. I definitely...
What are you doing, by the way, Bard? Sorry, I'm just kind of running around here, aimlessly.
I've had an event back at base. Bunch of free food.
Uh-huh.
I think we got 6 boar meat and 5 necktails.
That's the second one, because I had one as well.
It's quite sad
Just
that a
before
single
you joined.
boar, one of our boars, matches an entire raid from Akathir at this point, as far as meat quantity.
Yeah, I think I had 3 boars and a couple neck.
I've set up a secondary portal back home. And we have
There's not, to be honest, there's not very much to this island.
Ooh. In all of my time jumping back and forth, you think I'd have remembered to grab a poison resist potion?
I guess there could be wraiths. Ah, that's a lot. That's me back in the swamps.
Yeah, definitely. I think energy levels aside, it's something to pay mind. Sorry, in regards to important to eat well and exercise, since seated a lot, which I definitely agree. I think probably even more so than the energy level stuff.
That's a bit many.
Because it's not physically exerting to stream, but it is... For me especially, it's been weird. Bit of a small tangent, but I've always been exhausted doing social interactions. Going to a social event, or Christmas, Easter, birthdays, New Year's, any such case, I would get home and I would be drained. I know that's not unique to me or even unique to introverts. But what was unique to me was the fact that that one day of socializing in the real world, mind you, would conk me out. I would tap out of every other social interaction for months. I have Christmas and I don't see people till March or April because I'm just sat at home enjoying my time to myself. I'm a very, very introverted person in the sense that I actually do enjoy my time alone. On top of being completely drained of wanting to go out and do things. The reason I have come to that story is because streaming was a very fascinating thing for me where I could talk with people and I didn't get tired. The next day I wanted to log back on and keep talking with people. It was really bizarre that I could actually have that interaction that I normally get from Christmas, Easter, birthdays, whatever the case may be. I got the same experience, but instead of getting home and never wanting to see a human being for 3 months, I got up the next day and streamed again. It was fascinating, because I've never had that before. In all of my life, from as far back in school as I can remember up till now, I have just been supremely introverted to the point where I would go into hibernation socially for months at a time. Ooh. And someone redeemed a board dance. I'm terribly sorry. I am out of practice. Bear with me. Streaming to me was fascinating because I seem to have an endless supply of social energy. physical energy aside, I was just ready to get back into another conversation. Ready to start streaming the next day. It was alien at first, especially considering I started streaming. Oh damn, that actually works, Flicky. It's meant to have a 30-second timer, I wasn't sure if that would. But yeah, for me personally, it's never been a physical energy thing, but it was always a mental energy thing where sometimes I wouldn't feel up to having the social aspect of streaming. But even then, it was such a rarity compared to what I normally go through, which is 3 months hiatus. Even now, I've spent a week away from streaming, and that feels like an age and a half. You remember how I went back to get fucking poison resist? This is the 4th time I'm going back through the portal to pick up poison resist.
I wouldn't even bother now.
If I have a blob elite hit me, I have nowhere near enough health to survive that.
I'm already on my way back. There was far less than I was hoping. I just don't know where the portal is now.
Is there much more in the area nearby that we could explore?
Not really.
Oh, pardon me. I'm thinking even of grabbing the boat and sailing a little bit further down south, but I don't know. We don't have too much further south.
Right now. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna hit Ashlands pretty quickly.
It's an orange-bellied parakeet. You are actually correct, Chew. That's actually the species of the bird. It's orange-bellied parakeet. Ooh. You were actually right next to the portal.
Yeah, I'm just having to do that bunny hop across. While trying to avoid all these leeches. Right. There's also a Draugr head popping out of the water. Terrible shot, Chris. Feel better for that.
Right. Well, I do have the hammer.
If the tide goes up, I'm going to get nibbled to death. Oh no! First there was a 1-star leech, the second I went in the...
Well, poison resist won't exactly help now, but...
Yes. Do have quite a nice Oh, I picked up 1 iron from somewhere. Where the hell have I picked up iron from?
One of the chests?
Maybe? Won't say no to that.
I suppose to hit swamp iron, we have to actually be in the swamp, not in the Black Forest.
Yeah. Probably just that bad spot for it here. Do you see the portal's just back here?
Directly south on the coast, you'll find a troll cave.
Oh, I see it. Is it near the troll cave? Is it inside the troll cave?
Just in the doorway.
Yes, it is.
Surprisingly safe area to be, given trolls live there. They don't seem too willing to walk into the doorway.
I've got nowhere to put this iron. Though. Just so I can go through. I will be exploiting my own dump chest here. I'm gonna put the Withered Bone in my dump chest as well. That was a lot of recovery. Still don't know where the boat is.
I suppose I'll go have a hunt.
I might take enough for a chest. Do we have enough to make a portal?
Plenty. I got portal mats on me. We've got a whole chest of settling cores, half a chest of radar fires, and a fair amount of fine wood.
And it's... how many eyes is it again? Is it 10?
A portal. So if you want to set up a two-way trip, it's 20.
Yeah. Which one can I take though? Big Island sucks, so I'm gonna rename that to Chris.
No.
Yeah, that'll do.
I'll
And what
probably
else
get
you need?
rid of the outer portal.
The one called T, and just run back with it.
Yeah, we have outer portal already on the main island. We don't need this one. 15 black metal scrap though.
I thought we had a box with bolts in it. I cannot see the box with bolts in it.
I'm not sure where they've all ended up, but I do know that there's been a couple being used.
Yeah, we've got a few out and about.
The only ingredient we're missing for the longboat is the ancient bark, but I don't think you need that for the...
No, you don't need it for the small boat. But we definitely had a couple. Triple J, which is up in the mountains.
How absolutely adorable they are and how screwed they are because there's only a few left in the world.
Yes, it is.
Didn't know that actually.
Damn it.
As far as icons for the Board Brain channel, it was
What do
either
these
a
people do with their bloody
parakeet.
boats?
It was either a
I'm
parrot.
including
Oh,
myself in that.
we might have one in the longboat. Let me go have a look.
You might be right.
But as far as picking birds with a channel icon, I really was hard pressed not to go with a quetzal. I absolutely love quetzals, and just because I also love Aztec and Mesoamerican history is all of that stuff. The pantheon of gods, the lore, the lore. Like, well, the
I go back through the same portal.
You're chuckling. Eat the big food. Get the shield out. Ready to go. But quetzals are probably my favorite bird. I ended up going with parakeet though, because of a few reasons. The first being that animation. Although, I suppose the profile picture is not even close to a parakeet. I have been thinking about going down and getting my own profile picture done up though.
Jesus!
Oh.
Don't
You're
go through
right.
the Yagluth portal.
Don't.
Yeah, I just spawned in and there was locks literally just took the side of the building off.
Oh. Well, I was headed north up to the Yagluth portal. That's technically the only way home now.
Yeah, I just came through and got absolutely shat on by 2 locks.
I have the portal
Currently
maps on
luring
me.
them into the Black Forest.
It's Yag. Alright, so... If you head directly south, there's a castle here we could hide in.
I was lucky to survive because I didn't have any food either. Hopefully I have enough speed to get away from them now. God knows what damage that's done to the side of the building.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, the house has no sides now.
You know what?
Portal survived though, that's what matters. I'm a way back through.
I was just thinking. Given that we have a castle here, I could always set up a portal here instead.
This is one very inquisitive locks. Bruh, leave the house alone.
Some things never change.
I fixed the wall and the door and I'm heading... Okay, no, I'm not heading back through it because I've got some stuff on me. Yeah, I don't know where the portals are for the... sorry, where the other bolts are then.
Longbow was at the Yagluth portal. I was on my way back there, but...
Yeah, I got the fright of my life when I jumped through that one. Check next to Merchant as well.
I'm not sure, Flicky. You create a new species, Bordyburb? It'll be a mix between a quetzal and a blue jay.
God, that Merchant was in such a disgustingly difficult spot.
Well, thankfully, with the
Or
merchant, you only have to make the trip once.
Yeah, nothing in those chests.
My lord, I hate pixel hunting for workbench places.
Oh, yeah.
You figure it out once, and then you lose it, and that's it. You never find it again. It's fine. I didn't give up. I elected to cooperate with a compromise. Blah 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 blah.
I'm back
blah,
at
blah, blah.
Yagluth.
It's fine.
There was a carve in the bay.
Have a carve all the way up at Yagluth.
Yeah, I'm stood in it now. I'm gonna take it to shallows and break it up.
Oh. Is there no longboat there?
Nope.
That's concerning.
Yep.
Hear the boat being destroyed. So, I'm not actually sure if Warlock has overslept. Because we are a man down today. I don't know.
Yes.
I kind of wanted to double check today whether or not people were even planning to do reverse boss run, because I wasn't sure if we were all taking a week off or not.
Yeah, I was just kind of planning on doing a bit more prep.
Yeah, I'm happy to have I won't say a lazy day, but
Yeah,
just a hunter-gatherer
goals
day.
are quite simple. Yeah, I would like to get that last totem, which I've now acquired myself a small boat for.
It's quite a path of destruction all the way over to this boat. Those locks have really done a number.
Yeah, I wonder if the locks are... no, because locks won't attack boats unless...
Don't need the flint. Oh.
Big Island is no more.
What's this fancy place here? That doesn't have a portal in it? Oh, it does have a portal in it.
Fancy place?
Yeah. Just south of Yag.
Isn't
Speaking
that
of,
the main Yagluth portal?
I guess I'd never taken the time to actually go look at where the
Yeah.
portal was set up.
Yeah, because there's like two buildings side by side, and there's a third bit if you go west as well.
Yeah. You sure you don't have 100 nails on you?
Certain.
Although, if the longboat was here, you probably would have found the carve in crates, not just sitting there.
Where else did we go? Is there a chance it's down at Bone Mass, maybe? Or
Possibly?
up at the caves up here, remember? When we were up there? You sailed down with all the stuff back to base, but I think it got broken back up after you sailed down.
I suppose that would be the smart thing to check that we haven't just left it at base. Because I still have cart marked.
Yeah, because I brought the cart down for you guys.
But yes, definitively, this might be an unofficial reverse boss run day. I don't know if people plan to take the day off or not, but we're not doing too much today. We're meandering around. If Warlock ends up proper sleeping in, I think today is the day to do it, because Johnathan's over on a holiday of some kind. I forget the place. He mentioned it by name last week, but besides it starting with the letter T, I'm not privy to the name location by name. So the title says we're 1 man down. We might actually be 2 men down.
I am heading towards what we've marked out as a goblin camp and some black forest next to it that I can make land on, so.
I know I crossed by quite a few goblin camps. Actually, is that the one I died at? Where are you?
I mean, I can see one that's marked up here
No.
as Big Ol' Village Town. That will probably be the next area I would go towards, is up there, because there seems to be quite a lot.
That's basically my MO. Put a marker down, never actually explore it.
What,
Keep
you mean
sailing.
like Haldor, definitely Haldor, and possible Haldor.
You still have those?
I think I've removed most of them now, but I still keep seeing them. Oh no, there's a new Haldor there.
I am still happy that one of those definitely Haldors ended up being close by.
I still can't get over how far away he was. One thing I want to do is get the map seed number off of Johnathan and actually just throw it into the map generator to see
Yeah.
how many we missed.
I would be absolutely curious to know. Just having you pop a picture into the Discord somewhere and just be like, these are all the places we didn't look, and have like 4 of them be right past where we sailed.
Yeah. Right, I am making land here.
Hang on, I need that.
And I have an extra spare portal on me as well. Just gonna run back through to get the rested.
Eh, 100 health is okay. You actually
I just ran straight through a different portal when I came out.
If your spear level is low enough, you can actually harpoon a death mosquito without killing it.
I see this as an undiscovered method to tame a death mosquito in my head.
Or you know,
Can
most
only be
mobs
one option.
Most mobs have that coding where if they have you ever noticed where greylings and grey dwarfs will eventually just bumble around with yellow? If they sort of give up and try and run away if they haven't killed you in time, or you haven't killed them in time.
They just get bored, like there's kind of an aggro counter meter thing.
Yeah, there's a night patrol right here at the Yagluth spawn.
If you pop through, we can night cycle it quickly. If you can
I'm
get
actually trying to sneak, but there's a chance they might half see me. Actual stealth, but now I have to get up a ladder. Okay. Oh, there's another door here. I think I actually stealthed past night patrol. That's an absolute first for me.
Nice.
I'm gonna take a really short restroom break as well, too.
No problem.
And I'm gonna go find this longboat, which I hope is still on the west coast. Right. I shouldn't be too long. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back.
Don't think this village is good for us. Right, this isn't even the goblin village I was interested in. Let's have a quick jaunt. Yeah, that village sucks. That village doesn't have any either.
AFK music has been the Kingsley theme? The AFK music is the Kingsley theme, and I can't hear it. Oh, there we go. Not exactly total adding up. I think we need to change the AFK music. But the question is, what are we changing it to? Studio mode, AFK, not Kingsley. I think we need to load in VLC video source, add existing, exploration, and town. That's a good list to have. Licky, are you still here? And by the way, before I forget, the lovely vocals you can hear over in the other end of the Discord call with me is FractureChris. Absolutely lovely chill time. If you're ever into Valheim, they play a fair bit of that these days. They originally, I found them through, I believe it would have been Red Dead Online. I've actually long forgotten the character he played Red Dead Online with. But it was... I do forgive me, Chris, but I do forget if it was a Scottish or an Irish immigrant to the Americas. And I have the vague recollection, I think he was a pastor or something. But, I mean, we're going back to like February, March, I think I would have found his channel. I left my cup of tea sitting too long. But currently, I might actually... I need to play Elder Scrolls Online at some point soon. Let's jump back in. I need to play Elder Scrolls Online at some point. I was lucky enough to win a copy of the latest DLC. And I've not played Elder Scrolls Online in a good many years. I think my last login date was 2015. And that is not an exaggeration. I bought the game on pre-order, installed it, played it for maybe 20 hours, and then didn't ever play it again. But I've actually got with the new content, and honestly with, what is it now, 8 years of development behind it, I really think I should give it another go. Even if I have to do it with the weird self-inflicted like mental gymnastics of being like, oh, it isn't really Elder Scrolls. Now, blank portal is blank. Which portal are you through at the moment?
It was called Chris, but I'm sailing around.
That's right. I'm going to go check whether or not there's even a boat here.
Because it was useless. I can put it down in a second because I can see some more planes to explore.
Let me find out if this boat's here first. I noticed there's a couple that have gone blank, actually. Probably wouldn't be too bad of an idea to go clean up some of our portal mess. Ricky! Are you still here? That's regular wood. I guess we'll leave that there. We can always get Pony style? Yes. And I suppose I'll split my... We've already got a blank portal here.
I've just popped down the portal called Chris there. Let's go have a nose around. I don't think this area has much use either, it's just filled with tar pits. Back to the boat.
Tar doesn't really have a use besides a cosmetic, does it?
Yeah, it's literally just make it pretty.
Honestly, if they wanted to double down on tar being a useful resource... Well, I say useful, but I realize that's very loose use of the term, because I was about to say tar set on fire would make a great decorative piece.
It's one of the things I'd really like them to push and do more with is decorative objects. Like, I love the blob stuff, but I feel with building they need to have more like half-size tiles and quarter-size tiles to really open up the flexibility of the building system.
Yeah. I've always thought that too, because you've got the quarter-size floor and the quarter-size walls now, don't you?
Yeah, and imagine if you had quarter-size roofing. Like, that alone would make a massive difference to the building. All that aside, I do love the tar roof and how much of a difference aesthetically it makes to a house from a straw roof.
I do think it is a bit weird. There's a lot of places in the game where they seem to go straight from straw and thatch to just like emperor-style decoration pieces. The bed's another one that does that. You either live on straw or you have the dragon bed.
Yeah. And the dragon bed's huge.
It is. I want another single slot bed that isn't made of thatch. I think that would be a...
Yeah, you know what would be really cool actually for that? Would be just like a pile of rugs, like all the different hides.
Yeah.
So you just pile up like some wolf hides or something and that can be your bed. I'm also now very aware it's night time.
I didn't mean to kill him. I left.
Just kill a boar.
I left hooked a neck, 2-star neck, and dropped 4 necktails.
Nice. It's a shame they're useless now as well. I think they're poison pots and that's about it.
Hmm. Right. Well, I found the boat. There is a swamp actually right across the river from the northeast elder actually.
I'm just doing a... Oh, the wind just changed. I'm just doing a tour of this island I'm next to see if there's any potential for getting another totem, but the wind just went full northerly.
Hmm. Oh, that's a first. A serpent spawned in the meadows right next to the boat before I'd even gone anywhere. I wonder if I can harpoon him. Come here.
Sailing through a plains river at night into the wind is Bord's favourite thing.
Yeah.
Did you find the boat, by the way? Sorry.
I did. Ah.
I can see that you're on the seas, so...
Did I get it?
I'm a bloody savage with a bow.
Come here. Yeah.
We will need to do some more running through swamps for sure. I'm just glad that that theory of yours paid off about getting the bones. So.
Nice. 8 serpent scales.
Nice. What do you need to make the shield?
20?
Oof.
I think that's 5 serpents or something. No, it's only 4 serpents if you get it late. I actually want to break up the boat and take it with me. I don't really want to go sailing right now. The awkward part is...
Oh, this is a waterfront goblin town. That real estate must be expensive on the seafront.
Otherwise, so many of them are carrying gold.
If I'm on the ground right now, I am so screwed. Is that 2 totems? Oh my god, right, okay. Right, I think I've found the totems, I'm just not sure how to collect them due to this. Maybe I just ninja on it. Oh crap. Oh, thank God for the tide.
Shit, everything but the 100 nails. Oh, there they are.
I think I'm just gonna have to chill in the water until it turns to morning.
If you can get a portal down, I can head back home and sleep. Although the moon's almost set anyway. So that'll be up in a little while.
It looks like I've found a village which has 2 totem poles.
Is there any way to put a portal down, like, regardless? I wouldn't mind jumping through and helping out a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if I'm just drawing
planes
aggro?
on planes. So I'm worried if I make land that it just gets immediately destroyed. I will try up here a little.
Whereabouts are you?
I have everything ready to build at pace, so...
Super far south there's Black Forest, but I don't think I have a way to get there other than just boating it myself.
Ah, just put the workbench down, damn it! Right, there we go. Yep, we can make it through. Oh, for fuck, no. I made it back. Oh, for God's sake. Oh well, I'll get rested. I've updated the cartography table as well.
I'm missing 10 fine wood for the portal.
I have 20 on me if you need 10.
I just mean it's somewhere back where the boat was
Oh,
destroyed.
There's shed loads in there. Right, let's see if I can get these totems. Portal's Chris if you want to pop through.
Um, they should. 10 fine wood. We can go get 10 fine wood easy. I'll leave that. Even if it
There's
despawns.
over 100 fine wood in one of the chests.
Yeah, even if it despawns, that's not worth worrying about.
Yeah. If this gets foggy as I find the village, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, you've cast it now. Tempted fate.
Right, I can see the village. What I would love to find is a tar pit and play them against each other while I stole the stuff.
Yeah, because the tar blobs count as swamp mobs or something, don't they?
I'm not sure what faction they're on, but... Alright, I can see the target. There is 2 of them. Of course the Death Skeeto appears. Right, I'll kill that first.
Where have you gone?
I'm right at the village.
Tiny little calf here in the water.
Right, I've pulled a lot of the village outwards. Let's try.
If I control the aggro, so long as it's not as laggy as it was last week, I'm happy to...
Oh, I'm out of there! I've got 2! Jesus wept!
Got them!
Yeah. Oh, oh.
Fair effort!
Oh my god. Wish you could see behind me just now. I feel like that scene out of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Hello!
Look behind.
Yeah, I noticed.
Good news is we've got 2 totems. Mission accomplished.
Fighting something behind us. And yeah! That's the ugly ready to go.
Yes. So now it's just swamps, really, isn't it?
Have you seen Shahu's show? He's been doing a reverse boss run as well. Have you seen his totem collection?
Who's?
A lot of people call him Bob. You might know him better by that way. I've seen him in
think I
Tuna's
do.
chat. Shahu's show.
I don't think I have. Just going to quickly deposit these. Is it one of these where they've just got like a mountain of the totems?
Yeah. I watched his permadeath run. Not permadeath, the reverse boss run save he had going, and he just has a room caked in Yagluth totems. He's kind of put us to shame in about a quarter of the time.
Blame Haldor.
I do.
Which bed?
Heartily blame Haldor.
I put a totem in Jonathan's chest. So we have the 5 there.
Leave him there like a
Awesome.
little Easter egg hunt. See how long it takes to notice.
Hide them around the base.
The portal hasn't gone dead, has it?
Right, so... Do I want to just break the boat and bring it back?
You went really quiet and I didn't see the portal light up when you ran past it. I actually thought the portal had died. Oh. And just the silence too. I was like, oh no. No,
Oh no.
it's not active, is it? Oh, okay. I just sat there staring.
Do I want to break up the boat and take it elsewhere? Because I reckon we could probably just go down to the Bone Mass portal and just
Well,
run around there.
unless you can get to a different portal on foot. You're either leaving the boat behind or you're either taking the boat or
Well, I
leaving
can
the
break
portal.
down the boat. But actually, let's just leave it there just now.
Because
It's
if you
not a big
break
deal
down the
where it is.
boat... Oh, I mean, if you break down the boat and just leave on foot. But then you might as well take the
Yeah,
boat.
I'm just going to hop through the bone, going to grab a poison pot and hop through the Bone Mass portal and cause some trouble.
Is there a cape made of Fenris gear? Or is it a 4-part... Is it a 3-part suit?
It's only a 3-part set, yeah. Alright, which one's Boney M again? Draugr Farm, Swamp, Bone Mass. Let's go see what that's like.
There were some little
I remember
piggies
this
that
little
were
house.
murdered. That's a little
Yeah, because
piggy
we're going to have to do a
Grisby.
shitload of prep on the Bone Mass spawn area because it's a mess. I remember now.
I actually don't think I've been there in a while.
It's
Testing my
mostly
memory.
underwater. It's
I
not
know we
pretty.
managed to find one of the houses on stilts,
Yes.
which surprised me it didn't have Draugr in it. I thought all of those houses had Draugr.
Yeah, and it was right next to the portal. Looks like planes over there as well. God damn it. This is such a messed up map seed.
Yeah. Probably one of the more cursed I think I've ever actually participated in.
It really is. It looks like Bone Mass is right next to the plains as well.
Did we ever get a different bone mass, or is that the only one we found so far?
It's the only one I remember seeing.
I have never seen a ragdoll throw itself that far across the map from a knife lunge attack.
Absolutely yeeted something. God, this swamp sucks.
Give me the cheese.
Normally there's a bit of swamp that you find bone mass in, it's laden with stuff. But alas, not here, it seems. Lots of mineable gurk, which is good. So I think I'll be getting myself the Draugr Fang since we have that much silver. Can't remember what it was called there, jeez.
I still
That's
kind of want to get
Westlands.
myself the silver sword, but
Yeah,
it's
I
entirely
think
going to
it
be
needs
dependent.
iron.
I think it needs 10, which is going to be my curse, basically. And as much as I absolutely love the crystal battle axe, not having a tower shield, I think, is going to be a breaking point for me
Yeah.
not getting that.
Silver shield is definitely going to be on your requirements list if there's not a better tower than the serpent one.
I suppose serpent's one question, but the question we need to ask following that is, can we even upgrade it? Because a serpent shield without upgrades would be kind of terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a level 1 silver. And it can block 80 damage from fueling comfortably.
Actually, a serpent scale shield is only 8 scales, 4 iron and 10 fine wood.
Iron! God damn it. Naturally, I'd rather that iron was kept for the shields. For the sword, sorry. Right, this swamp is rubbish.
I suppose I'll have to make it my objective either midweek or next week to go replace the 4 iron.
Did you just do it?
I haven't, no, but I am.
Sorely tempted.
Yeah, I really want to.
Oh, please have a chest.
So much boar meat now.
Found one spawner and there wasn't a chest on. Not being just being blind, am I? Nah, no chest. Damn it.
Right.
Found another spawner here though.
Let's have a look. The Bone Tower Shield with a weight of 4 and a quality of 3 comes with a durability of 300.
Oh, 2-star dragon.
Block armor of 44, my skill takes it to 46, and a block force of 110. This comes with a block armor of 60, with my skill raising that to 63, and a block force of 100. It is still an improvement. I should have checked those stats prior.
So yeah,
I could have made a
two
big investment
of
in
those
myself.
spawner islands, but there was no chest on either. Sad noises.
I might be able to max level the Serpent Scale Shield.
As in max level it up?
Yeah, to level 3. It's a tier
No
4.
iron?
Oh, it does take iron, so that does increase my shopping list a little, but it's it requires a tier 4 forge for a level 2 upgrade, and I imagine we have a tier 5 forge, so I imagine we could get it up to a tier 3 serpent shield. Resistant versus pierce is definitely something I'm happy about in the plains, though.
Yes. And that's 3 spawners without a chest now.
I'm gonna bring the hammer down. We gotta figure out a different technique if the chests aren't working out too well.
Yeah, because you get them in the iron piles as well, but obviously we're not allowing ourselves to use the sit-down glitch to get in, so...
And there has to be more bone mass portals around too. Spawners.
Yeah.
You're through this one, aren't you?
Yeah, just the main bone mass portal, second to the left, but it's pretty much been exhausted now. In terms of the spawners anyway, which is my objective to a degree.
I'm gonna come through with a hammer and see if we can't figure out what's happening. Hey, Jay, welcome in.
This swamp has a border with Mistlands, so I don't know if because that'll be a pretty safe border to test.
Jesus. You know how the swamp has that splashing noise randomly?
Yeah.
I had that right as I pulled out the hammer and clipped into the building coming down the stairs. So all I see is a giant random deer head splash across my screen. Okay. Jump scaring myself aside. See if we can't find some iron.
Bloody stamina.
How are you going, Jay? It's nice to see you in here, actually. I've had a terrible habit this past week of joining streams, and I do like to be active. I do like to, oh, is that a 0? Is that a 0?
Yeah, I've searched all the possible points of this island and no chests. Still don't know where I picked up that singular piece of iron.
I've been really, really bad lately with not being active or just randomly falling asleep at random points. Come here. Can you ooze, please? Oh, that hit. I'm gonna go in here and die
Sorry if I scared you with a random arrow shot.
Was you? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go in here and die with my 10 health left. Oh, I lived. You think if we put a campfire under the house, it would actually work?
If you're close enough, yeah.
With the rain? Because if it's under shelter, the only risk would be smoking itself out.
Yeah. And you should be fine because it's high enough.
Just wake up, still kind of tired but awake. That has been my entire week. Just woke up,
And the goo box.
still kind of tired but awake. I've been really struggling with energy
Another
levels
meat
lately.
box.
So I would,
Another
I'm gonna
12
drop
health
this
meats
boat
came
down
up.
somewhere.
That gives us 24 of those.
Boat.
Got 24 health, 11 tasty, 12 frost, 24 stamina, 38 poison, and 12 fire. Alright.
We're definitely gonna need more fire for Yagluth, because every death is gonna cycle a fire potion.
Yeah, I think we'll need 20 going into that, so that's 5 each. I will be right back.
No worries. Yeah, I've had completely bottomed out energy levels this past week. I actually took the whole week off because of it. Last Sunday, I just felt so drained. Like I couldn't focus, I couldn't think. I wasn't able to keep a thought straight, let alone any kind of cohesive sentence going. So last Sunday I said, I can't do this, I need a week off. And I think it was a purely dietary thing. Because I had, and I won't lie, I had been living for about a fortnight to 3 whole weeks at that point. I'd been living off a takeout, greasy burgers, and takeout coffee. not exactly the healthiest diet to have in the first place, let alone when you're taking out things like vegetables and iron intake, all those sorts of things you need to keep a functioning body. And it got to the point where I wasn't able to keep a sentence going. Like, I would stop mid-sentence and just start slumping in my desk. I just had to, had to do something about it, so...
Nice.
Glad I do feel better today, like significantly better today. So hopefully I'm over the worst of it. Diet is way better than yours. I pray tell out of morbid curiosity. That sounds like a determined answer based on knowledge about your own diet rather than knowledge on mine. Would you feel that certain that your diet is so bad it could best me living on takeout for 2 weeks? I'm curious to know how bad it actually is. I will, to be fair, I will say I still have my moral high ground of no soda. I don't have sugar. I just have greasy, fatty chicken burgers. And I can't help it. They're so good though. Thanks. Chicken nuggets too. Oof. Okay, I gotta stop. Because it is a guilty pleasure. It's gone back to being a guilty pleasure. It used to be something I would do as an excuse to get a coffee. And now it's like, I really want a pack of chicken nuggets and a spicy sauce packet. And I have to mentally slap myself on the wrist and say, no,
actually
that's
all
bad.
that much swamp around here.
I kind of forgot what I came back to do. Rest up, heal.
I can night cycle it if you want.
Do we really... Do we gain anything from night cycling in the swamp? Race drop.
Chains.
Yeah, I feel like swamps are fine for the night.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where a nice swamp might be.
I did find a 0 actually, not far from spawn. That's what I came to do. I came to pick up 5 stone, 2 wood, because I want to make that fire for healing in the hut.
Ah, yeah.
If you actually have the fire buff, the healing fire buff, you can basically out-heal bone mass with a poison resist, let alone one of the regular blobs.
That's cool.
But that math stuff you posted too.
Yeah, trying to work it out, then you made a very good point. That'll probably be 1 + 3 is what we'll be facing.
That's... Yeah, that seems to be what the math was saying, and I think that might have just been how they wrote it. Seem weird, because it would assume...
I think I misinterpreted it.
Maybe not, because the game code should assume a minimum of 1 person.
Yeah.
It's a fine thing to assume, but then it depends entirely on how the game calculates plus people. Because that could have been written as plus other people that aren't spawning, or total people in the area, which completely change, in this case, 400 health points.
You ever just come across a small island and you're like, I bet you that's where bone mass was. Sorry, I bet you that's where Haldor was.
Is that all the way up the north you found?
Nah, just there's a tiny island here and it screams to be the kind of place where you'd find Haldor.
I really am curious to know where they all were. Resist the urge. Diet is just lots of sodium and carbs. I'm very high carb diet. I do have toast,
if you
breads.
Press F2, it says at the top left, World Reverse 2 Trio Run. Do you reckon he used that, or is that just the title he gave it? Because I don't know if you can see the seed that way or not.
Reverse Trio Run. I don't think that's the seed, no.
I doubt that's the world. Jen.
The seed, that looks too long to be the seed. I think the seed is 10 characters max.
They called it Reverse
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's way too long to be the 10 character seed.
That's too long, so that's not the seed. That would have been funny.
I realised I said all that to myself. The seed, I think, is a 10-character limit, so that's too long.
Yeah.
Unless I've got that the other way around. At the risk.
Whoa, that was a massive lag. There's a massive lag and my ship just dropped about 10 feet.
Can I force a world save by typing save into the command?
Only if you're a mod or an admin, I believe.
I would hope so. I know the command die works at any level. You can type that at any point and you will die.
I almost typed that when you said it to test it, then realised how stupid that would be
Yeah,
while I'm in the middle of the sea.
I have actually used it before. I was carrying, in this save even, you remember when I was carrying all that silver and iron down to the boat? It
Yes.
was that giant cliff that I could leap of faith off of all the way down. Well, I slid down it the first time and ran out of stamina halfway and realized if I just haphazardly threw iron down the cliff, it's going to fall into the ocean and never be back. We'd lose it. The only way out of that situation was to either have someone come and pick up the iron as it rolled down the hill, or I just typed die and had a temporary chest tombstone.
But the 10% skills loss.
Yeah,
Or
or 90 silver.
90 silver, please.
Yeah, I think I picked the lesser of two
selfishly.
evils there. But there was that moment where I got halfway down the hill and my stamina ran out. I was like, wait, I don't have a way out of this without losing a ton of metal. So the quick thinking, the only solution I had, maybe there was other way out of it, but the only one I could think of was just to put a tombstone there and come back and get it.
I have a solution. Allow me to die.
It's
very millennial of you.
Handy to know that command and that it was able to be run without admin perms.
Right, I found some swamp, but it looks like it turns straight into plains.
Print seeds. Print.
And I hate landing my ship.
Print seeds just shows me the client version.
Yeah, I think you would need Johnathan to get it.
We'll just have to ask him.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a whisper command. Whisper.
That didn't work. Yeah, I don't know how that works.
That didn't seem to work at all. The whisper command just spoke Warlock's name out in chat. Oh, what was I doing? 5 stone, 2 wood. I'm terrible at this. Took me 5 trips to get enough to get my 3 potions. I did have an unfinished thought, actually. That is just lots of sodium and carbs. Mine...
Where I'm going to disembark is on a border between Black Forest and Swamp, so we can maybe run that test there.
Did I mention? I think I had a 0 with the hammer right outside of the bone mass spawn.
Is it a 0 or a too hard?
0, which I think is the one we need.
I thought it was too hard. Damn.
I subsist on eggs, bread, and
I'm just
beef.
sailing along a swampy coast. Just
very high protein, very high carb diet. And potatoes too. Oh, potatoes. Boiled potatoes mashed as a side is so good. I love mashed potato. Oh. Alrighty. Now to speed read through the rest of the messages. Hi! Sorry, Ali the Dino Tamer.
Wind.
Welcome into the stream. I'm terribly sorry. I've been getting distracted by everyone and everything today. I think I should drink one of these as a precautionary. Do we have... No. We don't even have a regular torch. Microwave pizzas, ramen, sandwiches, soda, green tea isn't the worst. That's a nice one. Unless you're drinking like the sugared bottled kind, I guess. I would have reserves about that. No! It's a rock. It's that rock right there. Are we gonna smack the ground and get nothing? I'm upset. There was a rock slightly buried below water level that was giving me the 0.
I'm just pulling up at the side of the Black Forest. Next to a swamp.
Do you not have a hammer?
Nope. But I will portal back.
The lesser of two evils. Green tea and water? Wailing... Ugh. Chills. Body's just made up of preservatives at this point. I mean, with any luck, they'll work on you as well as the food. I suppose it is 3 minutes to 8, isn't it? So you run on... I'll just summarize it as North American time. East Coast, West Coast, Canada.
Almost had the big booby there. I have 25
South America would
HP
be
and I was about
included
to
in
run
that
into the
too, wouldn't
swamp.
they? Tone, welcome in. 0 and a 2 hard. You're the rock. And you're the 2 hard. Maybe I should be cutting down some of these trees, honestly. But we're gonna need them. From the bone mass fight, we are absolutely gonna need as many obstacles in the way of bone mass as possible. Trying to make it a habit of having green tea every day. It's a very cleansing drink. I know a lot of people that have green tea. I don't even remember what you call it. It was like a whole thing people used to do with green tea that they would more or less use it to sort of flush out their bad diet, I guess is how I'm gonna phrase it.
I'm gonna start running through this
But
swamp and see if I can find more chests.
I suppose depending on what type of green tea too, it's just a nice drink to have sometimes. I know there's a sushi place in the city a couple of hours from me that has this name brand green tea that they sell.
Did they drop Withered Bones? I highly doubt it.
It is absolutely gorgeous. It is probably one of the best green teas I've ever had, which is weird because it's not sugared, but it is a bottled franchised brand thing. normally, especially with teas, I find it's very rare to go anywhere that doesn't... Hello? Is there a boat here? Maybe. Where'd the leech go? But yeah, I was quite surprised. I held off of having it for so long because I just assumed it was going to be bottled black tea. You know, like the Lipton tea. I've never liked Lipton bottled teas. To be fair, there's actually been very few Lipton teas I've liked ever since I was, well, I used to get them all the time when I was really, really young at my grandparents' place. They would buy these flavored teas that I absolutely adored. But since then, I've found that they all have the chamomile dry effect. Something I brought up more than often here. The chamomile dry effect of Lipton teas, where they've somehow made every single tea they've made that I've had somehow seems dry. Boggles the mind how Lipton invented dry liquid, but they've somehow done it. How are you doing today, Tone? It seems like Warlock may have slept in today or plans around the Sunday, because I know Johnathan isn't coming in today. He's having a holiday himself. And I wasn't even sure if, originally I wasn't sure if Chris was coming online either. So I have 2 plans for after today. I just added a 3rd one, depending on how long we go for. The first plan I was originally thinking of was going to be...
I'm worried it may have been beginner's luck with finding that chest now.
It's sad. We just have to persist. Maybe it's like
That's
a per square mile thing.
1 pair. Just cleared out another, and there was no chest.
The stone. I found a crate here sitting in the water that has metals and... Hey, Royals, welcome in. But I've been planning what to do, because if normally it's Sundays are reverse boss run into Stardew Valley. That's not a hammer. That's a hammer. So, without the Stardew Valley part, I hadn't exactly planned what to do next. My microphone software, the filtering software I use to make the wheel not come through the stream.
Because when you're doing crypt runs, you're just throwing
buttons.
away withered ones because you're always swimming in them. Is that a daytime wraith?
They're rare.
I think it's stuck under a house.
My filtering software for the microphone has changed. It used to be 4 hours every week, resetting on the Saturday. Now it's 60 minutes every day, which puts me in a bit of a pinch when it actually comes to Wednesday race day, because we have half hour of race and we have half hour of practice and 45 minutes of race. So
oh dear.
I'm 15 minutes short technically for Wednesday race day now, but that does mean I can have way more random ass racing day streams. Need key.
I have 20 HP.
You know, I've not even... You've gone off to a completely different part of the map again.
Yeah, I just carried on from where we were before, to try and check out more swamps.
I'm still all the way back at the bone mass spawn. You cleared this area out and said there wasn't much here, didn't you?
Yeah, I just done a quick loop, checked all the spawners, of which there was a few, but nothing in chests. So yeah, it's not very fruitful. One thing I'm interested in, the one that I'm in now, is there is a border with Black Forest.
It'd be great for the eigen count, but I'm curious to know whether the, when it comes to the chest luck, or just randomly finding them in scrap piles, I'm not actually sure what is the better one to aim for.
I think the chests have more luck of appearing, because you generally get one in every other spawner platform, although apparently not when I'm hunting.
I know there's
Just found a shipwreck in the middle of plains. In the middle of the swamp.
I might take the longboat back down to where we fought that abomination in the accidental left turn.
Accidental left turn. Was that in Bard's Bay, where there was no way out?
I have a death marker all the way over here, day 113.
I thought it was this one that you markered as hell.
I could go back there, actually. There's a fair... Oh no, it's not swamps, it's just plains.
Yeah.
Zoomed out, that looked brown enough to be swamp.
I mean, I'm close enough to it, I could sail down, but...
I also have a Surtling Core galore, not far from home. Have you ever been here?
Yeah. I've not been to it, but I've seen it and did wonder.
I might go to Surtling Core galore then.
You should be able to pop to my portal, unless... In fact, the Draugr farm one, you could probably run to Surtling Core galore from there.
Where is the...
Just southwest
So
of it.
it is. Is that actually... No, that's not the one we've set up on. That's not...
Ah, is it not? Damn.
It's labelled farm. I don't think it's actually a farm. I'll test, because it would be nice to remember which one is the actual functioning farm we've got set up. The strange time for me to stream? It's 5 AM Pacific Standard Time for every... Of course it's not the Draugr farm. I haven't died at the other one.
That abomination is worryingly close to the boat.
Our Draugr farm is all the way over west.
Somebody... Oh yeah, I forgot. I know how I ended up with Corwood. I was being silly.
But yeah, reverse boss run every Sunday at 5 AM Pacific Standard Time. 2 PM. I'm gonna call it Netherlands time? And I think it's 1 PM London time is what I normally say, because... I mean, maybe it's just... I could be inferring my own bias here, but to me, I feel like London is a good reference point for a lot of time zones around the area, but again, that is me saying that. It may not be true for people. If you just live next to London, I'm sure you don't pay much attention to the London time zone, but when translating across the globe, it's easy to just focus on a couple of specific key areas of the globe to translate time across regions. Thinking really overly too much about pottering around at home at the moment. We have a lot of onion soup, so I'm not going to be scared to eat more of that. We have 80 sausages, so I shouldn't be more scared to eat that. What I need to do It is sail around. I can't do it any other way than manually, can I?
Let's get back through there and check things.
Ooh. Frostberries.
I think that swamp's now surplus.
It's actually a Timala Sime slot. What?
Break it to bits. And leave a portal.
We don't need... Okay, I gotta place this bird down because it's killing my inventory. Interestingly enough, I do not have the workbench mats. What do you give log, sir? I will never know until I drop this 5. What do you give log, sir? If it's 5. Perfect. Because I need a workbench. Oh, it missed the rock. Right. Auto mats. Workbench. Off we go. Oh. Apparently that makes the game go quiet.
So I've just renamed that portal and I have my boat back. So are you heading down towards Searchlight and Core Galore?
I figure I'll give it a proper look.
Nope.
I know it's next to Black Forest, so that's another box we can tick. There's plains to the north, I think. Trying to pick it out on the map, but it just still says swamp.
That's a massive swamp over there.
That's
to what you've
swamp
called
though.
Mount Phoebe.
Oh, where is Mount Phoebe? That was northeast, wasn't it? No, it's way over west.
Yeah, and if you go south where I'm pinging, that looks like a massive swamp.
You would think, after having actually named these mountains, I would remember them better geographically on the map, but...
Just the fact that you've named them and then like, where's that again? There's that massive island of swamp there that's been ran around. It does say portal at the side, but I suspect the portal isn't there anymore.
Yeah. I've been there. Why would I have been there? It has to either have been recent or...
What I'm gonna
Not
do
sure.
is, I can see it's about to turn night time though, is nab the hammer and just go along the of that swamp I was in.
I'm really going to put down a portal north of the Drago Farm marked. Between Settling Core, Galore, and Drago Farm, I'm going to put a portal down. So if you want to cycle the night, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'm just jumping through this Draugr Farm portal to see where it goes.
Due west, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Marked it on my map as well.
I also have... Down south, there's a place called Mega Mountain. Directly west of Mega Mountain is a place just marked goodies.
Yes, I can see you mark that as well. Or I presume it was you, sorry.
I'm thinking there has to be so many swamps we just haven't touched coastlines of. We've just sailed past.
Yeah. I'm actually struggling to find them is the funny thing.
I've got iron deposit marked right here too. Just straight up says iron deposit. I don't know if that was mined or not.
Oh yeah. Oh! Just got hit in the bahookie by a Druga.
How does this work? You choose yak from underground or chair... We are doing glitchless, which means we are not allowed to chair into the crypts. But that is one of the methods.
Get chased by a deer. Go away.
And honestly, being able to chair into the crypts would save us so much of a headache right now. Because we currently need the withered bones to fight bone mass. We have one withered bone, so we're not completely out of luck. No one redeemed the alert. Ugh. Fine. We'll go this way. Come on.
Okay. Troll cave.
You just have to follow me. You don't want to follow me? You do want to follow me? Come. Whatever. One day. That's the 4th time I passed by this area. I'm just gonna mark it. Lost
I
Serpent.
remember the random one that Johnathan had put down away off northwest.
Okay. I'm looking at my map and I just see you scroll from south to north.
Yeet!
But yes, we need the withered bones. Being able to go into the crypts would be an absolute blessing, but unfortunately, because we're doing this glitchless, sort of like a Viking code of honor.
I'm gonna go to Draugr Farm, I'm gonna hop on the boat and I'm gonna sail west.
Which means
Looks like
that...
there's some juicy targets that way.
Which means our only ways of acquiring withered bones, iron at all. And what's the other thing we need from the swamps? Is that the only two? Possibly. But we either have to find them in the ground using the stag breaker. If you hit the ground and get a 0, but there's no rocks, trees, or bushes nearby, you can dig and you may find iron. We were very lucky with that actually. Not too long ago, we managed to find... Flip the boat around. We managed to find a whole stack and a bit of iron using that method. I've got all the way out here and oh, okay, blank portal. I was about to say, I've made the trip all the way out here, placed down the portal and realized I do not know if there's a portal back at home. Blank one lit up.
Just hopped on a boat. Do you need me to jump back out of the boat quickly?
The blank one
Go
lit
back
up,
and check.
thankfully.
Ah, cool. I think the black one's slightly below to the right.
North we go.
This is a chunky old bit of swamp I'm going to head towards. massive swamp, actually.
Oh, I just realized I don't have a crude bow. It's the other save. Did that miss? No,
I
it
can
didn't.
see sea serpent finding me quite tasty. The search for iron and withered bone must go on.
There's a 1-star neck all the way in the swamp. Gladiator of the necks. Oh. Come on. Neck versus leech. You've got a 1-star.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here.
The neck stands a chance, yeah. Actually, is that planes?
He did a fair bit of damage, but yeah, he got 1 shot.
Yeah, he's still gonna get potatoed. That's a big wave.
It makes me wonder though, if you could actually get a 2-star neck to do more than 10 damage, can they kill a death skeeto if they get the first hit in?
I mean, yeah, but the death skaters are always gonna hit them first. I mean, this island I'm on actually looks really interesting. Are you almost to your circling core galore?
I've reached it. Do you want me to cycle 9?
If you give me a second, yes, I've just got to get a portal up.
Trying to bait a wraith. Whoever would have thought hitting an ethereal being that isn't actually there is really difficult to do. Why do I feel like you might end up making an army of necks to test my theories? The death skaters are too fast, even if I could get the necks to get a hit in. But that's not to say I can't just completely pacify the death skeeto to prove a point. Can a neck, given everything in its favor, can a neck actually pacify or kill a death skeeto in 1 hit? Even if I miss, that has to attract
Oh, that was
his
so
attention.
worth nearly dying.
Speaking of, I haven't marked my boat.
Oh, I might die now though.
Boat. Did I not get his attention? Come over here. Stop being so high in the sky.
That's me back at base now.
On my way.
Got over 50 blood bags. Which was nice.
Oh. Guess I'm not on my way so much anymore.
How not?
Just turned day.
Oh, frick, did it? Typical.
Not to say it was
It's
all for
storming
naught.
real bad at base. So.
Not to say it was all for naught though. I did get 2 iron chains out of that.
Nice.
Do I dare ever hypothesize that we might have enough iron chains to make a decorative light piece to give us an extra rested bonus?
I have 2 chain inside my dump chest as well. So there's every chance we do.
I think we have 6 in the meadows chest. Which would mean 2 on me 8, 2 on you 10.
Yeah, plenty.
Do we need? We didn't need that many iron.
What did we need it for?
Wolf Cape. My knowledge needs at least 1.
Wolf.
I one-shot a Draga? I'm gonna melee fight these bone piles at the risk of dying.
Pop them.
I have regrets. A 1-star Draga Elite immediately came out to say I have other plans. A 1-star regular Draga came out to say I have other plans.
That's like the Draugr equivalent of heard you talking shit.
So long as I have my serpent shoot, I am impenetrable. All I need is stamina and health.
As it turns out, this swamp sucks. But I will persevere.
Like a charm. This shield is amazing. I have
Yeah,
no
I love the
regrets.
serpent shield.
Right, okay. Before I get too comfortable, I still have a thing. Another Draga Elite. Good lord, they really... They really don't want me here.
I am on the border between Black Forest and Swamp again. Still don't
That's a
really
Draga
know.
Archer. Can these guys stop spawning stars?
No.
Oh, I might actually die here because of this stupid Draga Archer.
Don't die. If you have a portal, then it's more acceptable to.
I do have a portal, but I think I'm just gonna hold tower shield and tread backwards.
So how do I search for this iron? Is it just a case of booping the ground and seeing what comes up as too hard?
If you hit the ground with a hammer and it says 0, I believe you're good to start digging.
Right, so literally my second hit where I'm standing, it says too hard.
It should be 0, I believe, but give it a go. If there's nothing in the area, trees, rocks, bushes, and shrubs all give numbers or 0s or 2 hards.
Well,
Ancient
I need
trees.
to put a portal down then, which means you'll need potentially when you're back at base to give me the other end.
Sure.
Oh god, I don't even have 10 wood to put a chest. And there's a troll with a stick coming. Right.
That was quite a fight. No bone for it though. Sad.
I need you to hit this tree, Mr. Troll. He's fighting Draugr instead now, which is more entertaining to watch.
Actually get out of all that.
Mr. Stick Troll is potatoing those Draugr.
I got 12-point intros.
Right here, right here.
Holy
Oh, that's
Lord.
a dead Draugr.
Hello, Icky, welcome in. I was a little bit distracted. I do apologize. Do we have portal mats? No. Which means portal is somewhere down near
Got enough food to
boat,
make a bench
maybe.
now. I left the portal back at my boat, so...
I'm gonna start cleaning up and coming back.
I was stupid and didn't bring up any form of pickaxe, so...
Oh, that's something I wanted to test. Because the stones, you know the stones around where the spawners are?
Yeah.
I was gonna smack the ground a little bit and see if anything was underground near them, because those stones don't give off numbers or too hard. They just sit
Because
there.
they're...
They're impervious. But that is the second one I've tested at with no luck. On my way back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should run back to the boat and portal over, because where I'm standing right now, just because I got that too hard, I do want to check. Screw it, I'll run back. It's not too long a jog. Maybe I'll bring the portal up a bit.
Right, I'll leave my portal here. I'm finding quite a ridiculous amount of starred necks lately.
You reckon I can fight an abomination?
Oh, easy. With a silver
Right,
shield,
excellent.
you could parry and kill him. Just a matter of how long it takes.
Yeah, it's just because I've obviously only got the abyssal. Oh, I shot him once with a bow and the fucker ran away. Okay, guess I'm not fighting him. Clearly he did not want to fight.
Oh, welcome in, Icky. Bit more relaxed. I won't be boating back. We'll be portaling back, so I don't have too long. Yeah. Oh, I should probably mark that too. Hang on. Chest of stuff. What are you? Just goop? And off we go. Been quite a while since you last played Valheim with the others. Were you part of Sophie's Valheim server, Jay? I remember actually catching Sophie streaming Valheim a couple of times and I was quite surprised. It's such a chilled game. To me, it's like... This might sound
Bloody
weird, or
storm's
perhaps
still going.
even, like, incorrect, I guess, in a sense, but to me, Valheim is one of those few games where it feels like a just chatting stream, even though it's
I'm
not.
almost tempted to sail around the other side. This is a long ass jog.
It is just
Maybe I'll
such a
break
chill
up the boat
game.
and take it with me.
Alright, so...
Yeah, that's a good idea.
First dump boxes. I'm gonna store these in the gold. Alright, first things first, let's clear out our inventory. Other meats include entrails, deer meat, boar meat. I still think this game should have a bone broth. Valheim needs bone broth. Or, I suppose, In its place, Valheim needs any kind of drink that can be wasted in a tankard without feeling bad. Because at the moment, the only way you can have a drink from a tankard without feeling bad is if you've already beat the game. Rooney? No. Textile. Apparently, wheat is textile. I can kind of see that. Metal? We have a lot of silver, apparently. Didn't see that till just now. 7 chains total. Boat. It's my boat. Ooh, one. Horse hides, bony goo. I actually seem to have misplaced. Oh. I have crystals go as I open the chest that has them in there.
Crystal?
For reference, it seems to be in the feathers chest.
I wasn't sure where crystals went, and I put them in my dump chest just short term.
Started playing Guild Wars 2 yesterday. I think you finally found an MMORPG I've been enjoying. Honestly, everyone I've ever heard play Guild Wars has never complained about it. It's never been like, oh, I wish it was better like this. It's like you hear people play Warcraft now, and it's like, I just want Classic back. I just want Warcraft 3 back. I just want the good old days back. I've never heard people complain about Guild Wars in the same way. Even if they do, it's like a positive complaint, if that makes sense.
Right, I've now picked up my boat and portal, and I'm going to start my crossland jog.
The only complaint...
All goes Pete Tong, well.
The only complaint I can remember in recent memory about Guild Wars 2 was the fact they had an in-game event that changed the map and the in-game story basically permanently. And there's now parts of the game and parts of the map that are permanently changed based on the outcome of this in-game event. Which I think is really cool, but I can understand that being like it is a complaint. It's like, oh, I wish I could redo it sort of complaint. Which is why I frame it as like a positive complaint. Because it's not like... They're not going out and saying, oh, it ruins the game. They just like, I want to go and relive that experience. But I can't, kind of do. But it is fascinating to me. Guild Wars seems to be the only game, or MMO rather, that beat the zeitgeist of just doing stuff wrong eventually. Seems they've, just behaved? Is that the right word? Doesn't sound like the right word. They've just behaved. But I guess for lack of a better phrasing, that is what they've done. Right. So, I am finally set. It's about 2 p.m. I don't know. You said you had a thing you wanted to test. Is that all the way over there across from Draga Village?
Can't remember what it was I wanted to test. I am currently running across land to put a portal down and get a pickaxe to test if this where I went and booped with a hammer is in fact iron. So portal will be up shortly.
I'm gonna go refill on some of my food items, I think. The farm is also done too, but I'm gonna put off spending 7 minutes pottering around the cultivator.
Got an interesting thing where it's not telling me. Oh, I can see it now. Ignore me. it's because it's too dark for me to be able to see what I'm doing.
You said you made deer stew. Did we run out of deer meat?
We should
I
still have
found
some
it.
deer meat. Did I put it in the wrong chest?
No, I found it. I just completely glossed over it for some reason. Four chains for bellows. We do already have the bellows. But I mean, if the bellows is the only upgrade we needed out of the chains, I think that's basically set and done. Past that, it's hanging braziers and all sorts of other decorative items, I think. Aside from, if we count everyone as getting a wolf coat, I don't know, Warlock doesn't like the wolf coat, so that's at least less than 1, or less than 3, less than 4 people playing on the server. Less than 4.
Finally able to get back through. I spent about 10 minutes trying to put the bloody portal down and gave up.
Swamp. This swamp has done nothing but spawn starred creatures at me.
Angry swamp. I made 40 sausages and there's only 80 sausages and there's only 40 left because of today's running.
I have just grabbed an entire stack myself, so we do still
right.
have 60. We've at least got 60. Whatever
Have we
I
really
don't
used that many?
I suppose that's the misleading thing, because if people take a stack, then that's just gone. It's not in storage anymore.
Yeah. I tend to only take 5 max at a time.
Usually I do,
That's just
but
how I do.
yeah, I'm usually the same, but I figure I'm gonna take a few more and just spend a little while out here.
Yeah. Right, let's dig a hole where I thought that was.
It's also my last poison resist.
I think it was about here.
Sad to say, that's one of the few times I checked chat in a fortunate moment. Unfortunate moment? You know, those ones that have the...
Hard, so.
They have the little thing sticking out like that. That's never an abomination, is it?
Maybe the bottom of that tree?
Same with that, right? Because the abominations are buried in the ground. They have like an entire torso we can't see. You're part of Sophie's group of Valheim. I thought so.
Oh, it was the
It's been a while
root
since
of a
I've seen
tree under
Sophie
the
play.
Rude.
We've cursed Chris with abominations
So, see
instead.
when I'm hitting with a hammer, does it have to be slightly inside the swamp or on the...
Usually it does
Black
have to be in the
Forest
swamp,
side?
yeah. Break this connection?
Right, so I've picked up a 0 here. Not that I can really see what I'm doing. Oh, I've found iron!
Nice!
Your trick works! Oh my god!
It's one. I mean, if you found iron...
Yeah, the portal's called Chris.
We might as well both see if we can just raid the whole biome. Everything
Yeah,
it's
well,
got.
this has got a really long border with the Black Forest, so...
You stopped 2 months ago because of circumstances. That doesn't seem that long ago.
This has been a very fruitful day.
Another star skeleton. While I am here, I always do this. I always finish up what I'm doing.
This is made up for your tower shield.
Yeah, well, the tower shield only used 4. To upgrade it, it'll take another 6. But even having said that, one of those scrap piles can come up with close to 10, I think, per pile.
One hopes I've just exposed it now.
I'm gonna have a bit of a scour. I'm not gonna dig anything up if I find it. I'm just gonna mark stuff and come back to it later. So I want to head over there and see if we can't clear out that place. Oh my word. What's going on over here? A 2-star Draga. Looks like an archer. That's good. This went from Surtling Galore to Curse Swamp real quick. Okay, I have resistance to pierce. That should be fine to block a 2-star Draga. Ow.
I found 6 iron in that pile. You know what? That was 6 iron we didn't have before.
Net positive today of 2. And if I stop getting whacked in the face by Draga, I won't die. And I can come
I'm going
back to my
to drop
portal.
this next to my portal, wherever the hell it is. I thought it was just here.
Oh.
In the hole again.
Two leech trophies. Do you, for any reason, want to keep a leech trophy?
Not really.
Draga trophy?
Not really.
I'm probably going to throw out the leather scrap before then anyway.
There is an absolutely massive pile of detritus next to my portal where I've just been throwing crap out. Right, so the chest next to that portal has the iron.
Rock. 100% iron there.
Right, I guess I'll go back and continue to bop my way along the...
I'm doing the same before I leave. I've already found a pile of iron. I'm just marking them.
as well?
Yeah. Right on the border to the Black Forest.
That's
Seems like this
such a
theory.
nice idea.
This theory might not be such a bad thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, because I mean it's... Well, I mean it's clearly working, so...
Yeah. Won't that be the curse? I mean, it always is with RNG and statistics and stuff like that, that we've got quote-unquote definitive proof that you can find iron on the border to Black Forest and Swamp and no one else can replicate the issue.
Yeah. It is quite hard to tell. In fact, I need to go back to
Oh.
and just get rested. It is quite hard to tell when there's lots of rocks around.
Yeah, I've taken to just clearing the rocks and stuff out Shit. Okay, no, I'm fine. There's a blob.
Is that a nope?
I think I'm fine. A wraith, a draga, and a blob? No, I'm not fine. I have 20 health.
Yeah, that's a nope.
Not with poison. Even poison resist, I can't deal with that. But the wraith, I can't shake. The 1-star draga too. This swamp is cursed.
You're almost in Black Forest to avoid them. Should I wait for you to night cycle it then? Or are you far from your portal?
I'm a little far from the portal.
Ah.
I think with poison resist, I can fight the ooze.
Yeah, you'll be able to destroy the ooze easily. If you've got a poison resist potion on, genuinely, your only problem's going to be the melee champions. It's not League of Legends, Chris.
$50 health and a minute of poison resist left. Easy. On my way back.
I'll jump back through the portal and we can night cycle it then.
Oh my lord, why are there so many dragas spawning here in the Black Forest?
Nighttime scaries.
Technically it's not the Black Forest, but it's weird seeing pine and fir trees and draga coming up from behind them. Ooh, a great off army. Come down here. Given that ghosts and wraiths are a little difficult to actually observe, do you think you've ever actually staggered one?
You can stagger wraiths really easily. I don't know about ghosts.
Another oozer? Stopped 2 months. Sorry, I'm falling a little behind there. Stopped 2 months ago because of circumstances. I have raspberries on me. Yeah. I only played twice and got to the second boss. That's not a bad effort, honestly.
Will board make it before morning?
I'm genuinely on my way back, but I don't know. Can't see the moon. And there's another wraith. I think the worst part about wraiths is you can't outrun them. Not easily.
You can only body roll them, really.
Yeah. Right. I'm clear of the swamp at least, so I can just sprint all the way back.
You can do it!
I only found the one iron deposit, but that's still... I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's daytime again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still poddling back for rested, and I'm gonna head over to your place.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop back through my one and continue bopping. Which one's closer though? Because we're gonna have to get this iron back too.
You're technically closer, but I can carry the longbow through.
I have a carve in the portal as well. Right, I'm just gonna continue up north, and it seems to be.
3 more chains. Oh, we already have a hanging brazier. Right.
I'm still sort of struggling with where I should be hitting it, but
So,
it's succeeded once, so.
that thing in my AFK key. Oh, swamps are cursed. Thank God it's not League of Legends. You know, I actually haven't played League of Legends since 2016. And even then, I kind of gave up on League of Legends. Season 5. I played very briefly Season 6 to get my
I'm worried
cousin to
this is
silver.
like earlier where I found the chest at first time looking.
I played very briefly Season 6 to get my cousin to silver. Because everyone in the League Friends group basically bashed him as the worst player out of the group. So I duoed with him and we got to silver and beat them all out of bronze. Because he wasn't a good... well, the whole thing was... he wasn't a bad player. He just didn't think at all about the game. He would just mindlessly run down lane and suicide. So if I stopped him mindlessly running down lane and suiciding, he would kick ass in fights. He was mechanically a brilliant player. He carried me out of silver. All I had to do was basically shoutcast for him. I was the shot caller. Told him when to rotate, told him to follow me, told him if he wants to come with me if you want to live, in a Terminator voice.
Very easily.
I've got a tier 3 one. It doesn't seem to break too terribly quickly, but...
Yeah, that was a tree.
Oh yeah, that was the last time I really played League. Season 6, getting my cousin out of bronze. Oh, I say all I had to do was shot call. He carried me. He was the carry. All I had to do was watch the map and keep him alive. To be fair, that's a very easy job back in Season 6 when it was Enchanter's meta. Keeping people alive is like literally the only thing you can do as a support. If I couldn't get support, I would basically just camp his lane as jungle or top. Keeping an eye on it, watching him overextend and coming down with some kind of stupid juggernaut like Darius. It worked. Point being, League kind of isn't... well, okay, I shouldn't say present tense. League wasn't a bad game. When it was a strategy MOBA, it was actually super fun, but now it's an action game where you press the button like in Overwatch and everyone goes, wee, I pressed my button.
Did you bring all of these with you from your other side?
No. This is quite a ridiculous amount of skeletons, though.
I've had no trouble until you got here.
I will take the blame, but I don't know why. It's very hard to play Valheim when it shouldn't have been. It was a struggle because you didn't have a dedicated server. I can 100% guarantee you, even if you're running the dedicated server software on the same machine, it is so much smoother. Running it through the clients, just opening Valheim and running the game and people joining through Steam, it is so unoptimized for that. It runs like garbage just joining through Steam. That's a bomb, isn't it? No?
Where's that 0? Something, I think.
Even if, and I've done that. I've hosted worlds just straight up on my game, and I've hosted a dedicated server on my same machine. It's not like I'm pulling out an actual physical server or anything. Runs on the same hard drive, runs on the same computer, on the same processor. I might have died. That's a deer death in the water. Nice. But it is so much more stable.
I couldn't tell if there was one in here. I think it's probably a root of a tree.
You've got a lot of trees around. The ancient tree as well. Probably would have hit for a 0. Mind your head.
Ow!
Actually didn't look like it damaged you at all.
Yeah, can't kill that. I don't have an axe.
We still have 0s?
Zeros are gone.
And the 2 hard is the other
Oh no,
ancient.
there's still a 0 here.
Let me clear
Right
the
under
stump.
my feet.
Try again.
It's went to too hard now. Yeah. Oh well.
0 here.
Lots of leeches too.
Muddy scrap pile.
Oh yeah. Good work.
Dota 2 is better. I really do want to try Dota 2 out properly sometime. The problem is I'm a very social MOBA player. I play because I like shot calling or having people shot call. I play these games because I like being able to work as a team and have cohesive, you know, plays, strategies, things you can coordinate and do. It's one of the big reasons I got into League is because I did love that shot calling aspect, the pure data management side where I could completely single-handedly outmaneuver and outplay.
Grey dwarfs are here to fuck us up.
Yeah. But the ability to have people on the other team that would kick our ass in a 1v1 and to just make them so salty because you would just coordinate, stop fighting them 1v1 and agree that yes, you win the 1v1 fight. You have the counter pick or the better skills.
Right,
So what
I
we
managed
would
to get
do,
7 from that.
I mean the easiest strat in the book, someone who wants to 1v1 fight, you
There's
just
still a couple visible
wait.
apart.
You get someone else in the bushes, and then when they come out to do that 1v1 fight, you just run out and beat them
God,
up.
that's even more directly under me.
It's like the I'm out. OBS dropped as well, so that was my end.
Network blip.
I hate that you can have programs completely lock up for less than 0.2 of a second of network trouble.
Yeah, some are just so much better at handling it than others.
I remember actually spending an hour.
Hello there.
Wow, okay. I remember actually spending about an hour back when Skype used to have the old connection servers. Before Microsoft started hosting dedicated ones. I had hours where I couldn't connect to my IP, my external IP wasn't resolving. My router would say I had no internet, and Skype would still work somehow. Black magic that program was back in the day.
Then Microsoft bought it.
Welcome in to Crazy.
I'm
Welcome
getting a
in.
0 here, but it's just way too deep.
I need to get my bot back online because I just disconnected. So, Ansabok, are you
I'm
there?
just making my way back to the portal.
Ansabok not there, but Ansabok having a holiday. At the risk of being a little AFK. Oh, hang on. It's probably not the bot. It's probably me being disconnected from chat, because nothing's happened in there in a while, has it? There we go. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid to
Somebody's
Crazy.
been here before then.
It has been explored on my map. It's very likely we've passed by.
I've just ran past a very, very man-made piece of roofing. So
Oh, right, okay. Is the bot back? Yes, the bot is back. Good. How was your stream to Crazy? Quickly
I've found another one right here.
I'm surprised there's so
If
much
you're
iron
still-
here if we've been... I'll be back in a second. I just have to soft reboot OBS and my bot every time I disconnect. That's...
Okay.
Oh, welcome in, Canada Man, Joker Chef. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. The Burb Mest. You have chosen or been chosen to be witness to some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. I'm honestly surprised I've gotten away with standing still for so long.
I wonder if I can undermine this.
Skype was amazing but scary. It really was. Uben, welcome in. That emote terrifies me every time. 10... Did you stream for 10 hours? What time is it? Far out. Long weekend, actually, isn't it for you? Even so, that's a fair amount of time to be spent into the afternoon, into the evening. Scrap iron. I think that's the last of it. Okay, we need to move back on. There's more there, isn't there? Oh, seeing things. Right. Stuff. But how was your stream? Time to relax indeed. It's midnight. 10 hours? Does that mean you were up at, it's almost, what? Almost 2 in the morning. So you started at midday? No. Yes? No. You started at 4, because we're adding 2 past 12. Regardless. I've had days this past week where I haven't even been awake for that long in the day. Oh. Right. There have been a couple of little gravestones carved out. It looks like, I don't know if that's your recent work or...
So I just found another one.
Feeling a little bit behind, but...
I also tried to undermine it. It didn't work.
Oh my lord, there's a
Just ended up with floating scrap.
There's
In
a
good
giant
news,
hole
I
here.
Yeah.
Is this
I
your
think
work as
that
well?
was- I think that was Johnathan. So I think he's done the same as we're doing, but I just got one. I currently have 15 iron on me as well.
I only had 2.
I've probably been picking up the stuff we were mining through there then. Got another 0 here. I think it's that stone. I think it's that little stone behind me.
Usually always
Yeah.
quicker to clear the stone and then hit the ground again.
Yeah, it was just that. That's my stag breaker giving in, so.
Ow.
Oh, ain't that nice? There's 21 iron inside that chest at the portal.
There's a portal up here.
Yeah, it's in the building I just jumped into.
Oh. Alright, well. And a carve. Is
Yeah,
this your
naturally.
carve?
Yeah. I don't leave house without a carve in my pocket.
Alright, I'll leave the carve there. So
Yeah,
was
I
that a
was
spare,
thinking-
or is that your carve you boated down there with?
That's the one I boated down there with. So what I done was Again, where is it again? I went to Draugr Farm Portal, which is just on the island to the east, and just boated across to the thing. 2 seconds.
No worries. Gives me a bit of time to relax, actually. Alrighty. I didn't disconnect again, did I? I don't think I have. I'll refresh chat just to be sure. The worst thing about disconnecting is that you never actually see anything visual on your screen until after the program plays catch up with everything else going on. So, food, bones, wood, stone, wood, food. There are full-on bones by quite an excessive amount too at this point. Might have to start making some of the... Next one over. I might have to start lighting up some of these torches, though. Only one tiny little onion. So sad. Oops. There are 2 chests. Okay, there are not 2 chests down there anymore. I'm gonna start hoarding my own bones. I don't actually think I even have any reason to keep them.
Ord, how long would you say it took us in terms of getting the merchant? Probably about 2/3 of the time we've been on the server.
It took us in-game 80 days?
Yeah, so about half the time we've been on the server then.
Roughly. That was 70 days of dedicated searching, because I did 40 personally, Johnathan did another 30.
Yeah, and then we got to the point where we were all splitting up and you were almost off the edge.
Including the weeks prior to that, we were all sat in the same boat.
Yeah,
We
unreal.
could have started... It could be actually 60 real hours searching for Haldor in this save.
It really was painful.
Then I'll find where all these torches are. I swear there was a torch out here, but apparently not. 1, 2, 3. There's another one here, surely. Present?
Right, where was
Oh.
that 0? Because...
Ceiling lights?
I've just been double raided for 2 seconds.
The other half of the raid? Am I missing any torches? The house still feels super dark. Hello, sir. The house really does still feel super dark for some reason. I feel like it's down here that's the problem. No secret torches between the chests. Oh? What about outside? Or below? No. Aha! On one save, made it to day 1,500 before you found the trader. That's insane. I mean, it's fine if you're not in a rush to find the trader. I know in my no map run it's gonna be an eventual goal I want to have, but it's not gonna be something I'm absolutely running out to do immediately. So, there are definitely multiple ways that can sting, though. Like, if you spend 1,500 days trying to find the trader, that's a hurt. It's a big hurt. I swear there was a torch out here somewhere. Should also look out for sconces. There may be a sconce somewhere or two. No? No. G-O. 2 Greater Fires. After that, we'll get our rested and we'll head back out. Resting. Did we not have better than 13? Looks like 13's the best we got. I'll live with it. How far did the Shield Maiden save get before the Shield Maiden... I know... We were up to like day 200, I think, searching for Haldor. And we spent quite a while actually searching, but I know there was a good period of time. The first 100 days I felt like we were building. We didn't really have too much of a grindy game on that world, so while it was annoying, it didn't hurt so much spending that much time looking for Haldor. Definitely stings a little bit when you actually put in, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say up to maybe 60 hours between me and Johnathan and Chris Warlock, all just individually searching. We actually would have got 60 real life hours, longer than a full-time work week, went in dedicated to finding Haldor. With no result. Well, I mean, up till the 60-hour part when we actually stopped searching. You'll never believe where we found him. If you haven't seen this map, this is probably one of the most explored maps I've ever been a part of. And that is including the 4,000-day-old WLC server. But to be fair, the WLC server is on par. I think on par, but I also haven't touched a cartography table over there yet. But all of this, almost all of this, was to find Haldor, and you might notice he's still not appearing on the map, because the little bastard was all the way up in the northeast, hiding away. We spent all of this. We found every single boss before we found Haldor. We found Elder 3 times over before we found Haldor. One next to Yagluth, one south of Spawn, and this one all the way over here is apparently where Haldor wanted to make a base. I think we found 2 motors, or just the one. I think we found 2 motors, but I haven't touched the other motor stone.
So, Board, I just got assaulted by 2 wraiths, an abomination, and a small horde.
Oh.
Apologies if I deafened you with a scream.
Actually, no. Yag 2. So we found 2 Yags, 1 bone mass. I have to double check if we found a second motor. 3 elders.
This has got another chain.
And it was only after all of that, as I found this 3rd elder and started exploring up around in this sort of dome. We found him on a piece of land that unironically is attached by land to the deep north. He was actually, I think, my theory is, I think he was running for the edge of the map. Because that's ridiculous. I mean, at that point, if he's that far out, it makes me wonder if, like, all of the spawns with his seed put him out on the east and the west side of the map. Because we hadn't gone super far out on the west. Only on the east. And I think it was actually either here, on this piece of land here, I landed and I ran across just to try and make sure he wasn't there. I was being overly thorough for no reason, and I think it was around here, in this spot, where I found a cavern or a castle that had one of those boss, like, locator stones on it, and it showed me Elder further up north. I did somewhere. Where did I... Do I still have it? No, don't tell me I got rid of it. Somewhere here was meant to be a marker that said definitely merchant. In this giant empty space of water here, I marked definitely merchant. Part of me is proud. At least we can pretend I was somewhat close in my guesswork of trying to find the Haldor. But good lord, was that the most painful amount of effort I've ever put into the game with no reward for it. Oh. I mean, for the amount of effort, yeah, it seems a bit like a ripoff. 60 real life hours. I put 20 in. I think I got 4, what is it? No. I would have put 30 hours in because I did 60 days. And Johnathan put in another couple of dozen days himself. Between the both of us, we've carried this server from less than 100 days to 171 days. It was just stupid. But it's done. I'm not salty, I'm not mad. It's done. I don't have to be salty and mad anymore because I won. That's how that works, right? You know what's actually really funny? Finding him. If I turn all this back off. I came all the way up around here. You've got
I'm not finding any more boards.
I know there was a couple further out towards the ocean in this biome, from memory. If this is the one we were at before, I think I found one about here.
Oh wow, so you're going right inside the swamp. I was just right down the...
It was on the
borders.
coastline somewhere. That's all I remember. There's a good chunk further up north. Have you been all the way up here? Yeah, the funny story was, I came up here straight to the Elder and I explored this island a little bit. We went around, we did laps, and then we came up. I accidentally went west and then realized I was going the wrong way. Came back around and went north a little. We found this piece of land and I came up all the way around and found the deep north. We followed the Mistlands around until we found a tiny piece of black forest right here that was spawning non-stop grey dwarfs, which was hilarious. Every time you turn your back, you'd hear more spawn behind you. But with the deep north blocking us off, we had no way around the north border of this continent.
Yeah, Board, I didn't realise you could get it further inland. I thought it was just on the coast. Sorry, on the border.
Mine could have been just random, because you can get random scrap piles without using this strap. But it definitely seems like the border techniques multiply the amount you find. So mine could have been just a random chance regular spawn, for all I know.
Maybe.
But yeah, we got cut off by the deep north, so we came back around, and I think here, like I came back, because I would have sailed up like this.
I'm just dealing with Horde. I think you're
Or
coming
was it the
over,
other way around?
making everything else attack.
Maybe it was the other way around. There's several paths here. I think I would have gone up that way, come back down this way and sailed across. Then how do I have 2 more paths there? Point being, I almost didn't sail up along the east side of the coast, because in my mind, the deep north would have come down and just blocked me off, and it would have been pointless. So I had 2 points to think about in that moment. The first was, I've searched it all, and if I go further north, I'll find nothing and waste 10 minutes of my time going further north. The second point I had to think about was whether or not I wanted to be so overly thorough that there was no flaw in the process. And in hindsight, I am so glad I chose to be thorough. If I hadn't come up here and parked the boat for repairs, we would never have found him. We could still be hunting to this day. But to think, I was basically a coin flip away from saying I can't be bothered, it's not worth it.
I'm in Meadows now, so I don't think it's going to continue working.
Alright. Might trace back further along the swamp. Inland, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's a narrow swamp. So,
Oh!
did you just yell help? Or am I
No.
imagining that?
I did say, oh, I found a friend.
Is it the bomb I'm hearing?
Possibly. How?
Ow.
Honestly, the knife I
Here
think
comes
might
the whole
actually...
village.
Oop.
Oh, I might die to that. I never realised my poison pot ran out.
I'm gonna die to that regardless.
The poison got me.
8, 4, 1. The final tick! You bastard. We have healing potions, don't we? Just stood there. I just stood there and waited. And just accepted
Board, we
fate
just had
there.
a touching ceremony for you in my stream there. It involved sad violins and hats taken down.
Alright. I'm gonna take a couple of potions with me. I think stacking up the rest of our potions could probably be burnt using healing or tasty mead, I think.
Tasty beads are great.
I forgot to eat. I have 25 health. I'm gonna die. Can't eat sap. I'm just gonna go back. I have regrets and I'm not that suicidal. Nap time, the flicky. Well. B? I'm not gonna eat the best food. We are gonna have one of these. And one of these.
Right, sorry about that. I
Turbos
got
and-
another raid.
Good lord, I didn't even see that one. Turbos and Tacos, what a brilliant
I might be
name.
using you as a stacking tool.
Thank you
as
for the
well, of
lurk,
course.
thank you for coming in. Right. Bit better. much
There's nothing
more.
else I want to pinch off your body. We're good.
I don't think I had too much besides food.
Nah, I was just combining stacks.
Coming back in with a much more healthy 90 food. Taking the bone mass portal, not the one I needed.
So were you booping your hammer around here as well?
I was planning to.
I think I might
I found a tree
actually
before I got
put
very far.
I think I might bring the ship down here and just fill it up with all the stuff, yeah. Because I think we need to get that iron on the go as well.
Well, I do have the longboats back at base, so we can portal that around and drag it where we
Well,
need
I've
to
got a
go.
wee carve, but yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, this is definitely the place we were at before, because that's my second death marker in this place. Oh. I see 2 Draga on the way over to my corpse. Never mind,
No,
3
I did not
Draga.
see any.
There's only 3, and another blob. Ooh,
Oh,
the blob
23,
might be
that's
Guck.
so good.
I think the blob is just Guck. Is there a workbench here?
I just put it there, yeah. Because I was going to bring the boat down.
Rude. I am out of arrows. Awkward.
It doesn't rain, it pours, eh?
3 Jogger are on their way. Could have just put
An
armor on.
abomination trophy again as well.
Right. At the very least, I know the tower shield can carry me while I'm naked.
Let's carry it, shall?
That do I? Right.
Do you need me to bring you some arrows?
I had 100, they were just on my corpse.
Oh, that's alright then.
That out. What else don't I need? We don't need 2 more deer hide. Trails.
I'm ready to pop back through now. Right, do you want me to just bring all that stuff down so that we can get the boat set up?
The longboat.
Well, I've got the carve on me, so...
Yeah?
I mean, it's not far, in reality. We literally have to get to there, so yeah. I don't mind carving it, and the wind's in its favour just now. Now, where did you die again? Because that's where the workbench is.
Just south of me.
I see you fighting things. Have you got any more iron to put on the boat as well?
Just what was left in that house. In the portal.
Yeah, that's just if there was any more.
I see.
Right, in that case, I'm going to start sailing. Let's go! I am so happy with that 20 plus, because I mean, like you say, you spent 4
Yeah.
getting your shields, and so we're a net gain of 19.
Complain.
Yeah, I dropped in the group chat as well, so the guys will see it.
Especially considering I didn't realize, but this is one of the biomes we already cleared out. This was the place we I said that out loud. I've just realized we tested proof of theory in the same spot twice.
So, I wonder how it works if it just spawns in or something.
I don't know.
Or if it's part of the gen, because, well, we could see that there was already people hunting there, but we found, like, what, 4 more nodes?
Yeah. Possibly 5 more? Never mind,
Not
it's a
annoying.
regular stone.
Cursed stone. So I'm just trying to think, what do we need iron for now? With us having that 20 plus.
If we all want weapons, I think most of our weapons take a little bit of iron on the side.
Yeah,
The
because you'll be able to
silver-
get your sword now as well.
The silver sword takes 10 iron, 20 silver, I think.
So you'll be able to get that off this as well.
I'll probably hold
That
off.
means you'll have
I'm not doing
your
too bad with the
serpent
Abyssal
shield.
Dagger. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad with the Abyssal Dagger, so I might hold off and see if there's any higher demand use for the iron.
I mean, I've got my Frostner, and I've got my silver shield, so I'm really in a good spot. And I'm keeping my Fenris gear for the fire resistance and the fact that I can run through fire now.
Ooh. Nope. Ah! Found number 5.
Any more? Nice! And, I mean, that's a fairly big swamp going that direction as well, by the look.
Well, I was gonna basically follow the coast further north and see what I could find.
Yeah, my plan is just to get this boat back as quickly as possible, stack all of that iron, and then potentially bring the boat straight back for more.
Because I know I've also got the scrap muddy pile marked back at the other swamp I was at. Although, iron's one thing. I don't suppose either of us have got any withered bones out of it.
Only the one, that one time. I think it's just going to be a case of trying to find swamp chests. So I would quite like to get the boat into that island there. And there's a lot of swamp north of you as well. Like, that looks like it could be swampy. And then up there as well. So north of you, there's a lot of swamp. Am I in the right island? Yes, I had a moment there. It's a nice feeling when the wind is in your favour for once.
Yeah. It's a rarity until I'm not on the boat. Right. I got 5 iron out of that.
Fucking serpent just spawned right next to the boat. Shit myself.
Oh! I staggered a wraith.
Nice, well done.
I think that's actually a first for me.
The serpent must have got bored real fast, because I think he shouted once, gave me a fright, and then disappeared. Literally trying to jump scare me.
Righty-o. It is nighttime. Have I marked the portal? It's somewhere here, right?
That's me on base island there.
I might have to open OBS on my phone. Maybe I might have to open the stream on my phone. It looks like it's dropping from today. Only ever after 8 hours of playing. If you stream for 8 hours, OBS just goes, I don't want to do this anymore. Or
Lord, I'm quite fond of her wall of bees.
I do know we have an extra bee somewhere in a chest. We could add to it. Yes. OBS, every 8 hours I have spent streaming, it will without fail start dropping frames for no other reason than the software says it has to. Or if I disconnect, it'll do the same thing, which is ever infuriating because...
Oh, we're completely out of coal as well.
Because... there's no reason to. I disconnected and reconnected. I found there's a bit more stability... Should eat. There seems to be a bit more stability in lengthening the reconnect timer. But it doesn't stop the after effect of the program just saying that I have to stop streaming now. Oh. Okay, next. Skeleton archer I can do with. Next. Come here. Ow. Alright. We can do this. Knock back, save me from the archer. There's skeletons left. What is there even to be afraid of? I just realized there's no chest.
I've put the boat back in the boat box board as well.
I just cleared out another set of stinky bones, and I've not got a chest here at this one. I wonder, if you get castles in this one, do they ever spawn chests?
Sometimes, but not often.
really can't get away from the starred monsters. It seems like that's the case. I'm cursed. I don't need a shield for these guys. Just need poison resist. It's a rock. Probably gonna head back and put all this stuff away. Come here. Bite me. Weakling. There's a 0 there, but I think it's a rock. Should almost be morning. Oh, he actually hit me. Why didn't I shoot? Hello? I think I'm going to put back. We'll put the iron we've got. We've got the 5 iron so far extra. I think that's pretty safe to mark this whole biome is cleared.
Hey, give me a second, I just need to change headphones.
No worries. Oh, shit. My dagger broke. Between that and my pickaxe, it probably is time to head home.
Did you manage to kill both of their integrities?
Pickaxe has, let me check, 9 more swings left in it. I just have to remember where the building is to get back. Do you have the portal here marked?
Sorry?
Do you have the portal here marked?
Yes.
Oh, that's further down than I thought. I suppose Warlock had the opportunity to take the day off.
I'm just tending the irons.
5 more, isn't a lot, but I also haven't gone completely north just because I'm out of weapons durability. Bring the rest home.
Oh, actually, I better put the things back. There we go.
Two more chains. You know how I took a whole stack of sausages?
Yeah.
I ate one.
One.
I've got 19 sausages to put back. Speaking of, I suppose now would be a good time to actually go cycle the garden.
Oh, I'm one gurk off being able to make both of us a Draugr fine. Oh, sorry, we've not got the ancient wood anyway.
We have 2.5 stacks of entrails again.
Yeah, I've been absolutely murdering stacks of Draugr.
I'm gonna cull the pig population before I feed too many of them.
Which bow are you using just now, by the way?
Fine bow.
Would you like a Draugr fine?
I've actually never used the bow above the fine bow. Johnathan does sound nice though.
I need 4 hide, 20 of those.
Right. 3 little piggies.
Oh yeah.
And any others that have escaped. It's kind of just like volunteering at this point.
There is a Draugr fine waiting for you on the wall.
Thank you very kindly. I don't see any other piggies wandering about. I really do have to check the quality. I hate seeing that red square because I know even if it doesn't actually make the stream look like garbage, it just randomly drops like 1 every 3rd frame. It's frustrating because there's nothing I can do except task kill OBS, restart OBS, and then you're good to go. That doesn't stop it from happening again, because the moment you disconnect or hit that 8-hour mark, it will start again. I don't know if I just have to reinstall OBS or maybe find a different spot on the hard drive to put it, but it's a good program. It just finds the most bizarre and absolutely convincing's not the right word, but I can't think of anything else besides convincing. It seems to go out of its way, despite all of the things it does so much better than the competition. It just seems to go out of its way to really, really struggle under the pressure. And it could be a hardware thing. I'm very much well aware that my CPU isn't the best. But I do look after my system. I try and helicopter parent my computer into behaving. But thankfully it's a computer. I don't have to worry about maintaining healthy relationship. I can just helicopter parent my computer into behaving. The lag. But I've never found a way to fix it. The moment that square in OBS starts going red, you have to task kill the program and start a new one from scratch in order to fix the problem.
I will BRB.
First piggy. We have 3 over there. I threw 10 mushrooms in, which means they could technically make 10 babies. But the area is too small, I think, for them to really make too much out of it. Honestly, we've got enough spare wood. I might just completely revamp the farm to be a little further down, past the carrot farm. I'll make a little tube for them to walk through and I'll start barricading them in. Trying to use less CPU. You turn a preview off in OBS? Yeah. That's why I have my phone, incidentally, is because I don't have OBS preview running. But no matter how much I help out OBS, no matter how much I babysit the computer and tell it exactly how to breathe, that's the problem, is that OBS will still find a way to give me that little red square occasionally and drop one every 3rd frame. It is tied almost entirely to the software itself, as far as I can tell. Did we lose all of those carrots? Brutal. I don't think we have many carrots, if any carrots, up in the... how many should we plant? A whole stack? A whole stack of carrots will give us 150 carrot seeds. That's plenty. I mean, I get games like No Man's Sky that genuinely struggle to stream. I love No Man's Sky, and I do actually need to play through this expedition they've got going at the moment. I really want to give that a go. It sounds fascinating. But when it comes to streaming it, because No Man's Sky usually sits at about 70–80% CPU, and because OBS sits at about 20 to 30% CPU, you end up with a complete hardware bottleneck. Nothing I can do can magically conjure up more CPU power. I'm aware of that. So games like No Man's Sky are always going to be a bit lackluster, especially in how they look on the stream, because anytime, and especially absolutely exaggerated when I land on a planet or take off from a planet, it has this weird buffer thing with how it loads when the planet when you're in the air. That seems to be very intense on the CPU. If I'm walking on the planet, it's fine. If I'm in space, it's fine. The game runs perfectly in those 2 scenarios. But unfortunately, a lot of No Man's Sky is flying in a spaceship. Which is, sadly, why a lot of the VODs I have of No Man's Sky and a lot of the clips I have of No Man's Sky are quite abysmal to watch. I put up with it, though. I justified it kind of like this. If there was ever going to be any one game that I put up with an excessive amount, it was gonna be No Man's Sky. Because that game is too pretty not to stream, and I really do love my time with it, but it's one of those things where I've crossed it off my list now, so I'm happy to say I played it past tense and just finish up streaming it. Because it really does struggle. It's the one game I'm gonna have to concede can't be streamed. I'm desperately hoping. There's a couple of other high-end games I'd like to stream eventually, like Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I do want to continue Death Stranding someday, but Death Stranding was baffling because that seemed to run fine, but then it wouldn't, depending on what OBS render settings were. That was the thing that was fascinating.
Remember to pick up your bow as well.
If I change my render settings to be super efficient, NVENC, the NVIDIA encoder, run super smooth, then the game would run like garbage. If I went back to the... And there was a couple of other ways to do it as well. There was like advanced settings and simple settings, and you could go into simple settings and change a couple of ways that the encoding engine would, the system would function, and Death Stranding would be fine. I went through like a whole thing with Death Stranding sometimes being okay, and then the funny thing I found out was that lowering the render quality and render settings counteracted the stream quality. If you lowered the stream resolution, the stream quality, the stream frame rate, you put it down to you put all these things down so it can cope better, the game run worse. That game was a little bit of an enigma, an outlier, I think, but it's all to say I am very well aware it's my computer that's the bottleneck at this point. I can't escape that. And with July coming up, worth mentioning that I could get a little bit of pocket money and it might go towards a new computer. Well, not an entire thing. I've got a 1660 Super that's quite fancy. For the most part, it's going to be a new CPU, a new motherboard, possibly new RAM, but I'm really struggling with the new RAM thing because I want more RAM, not just new RAM. And unless I can find really cheap, good, clean DDR4 32GB allotments, I mean, that's the thing, right? I have 16 currently. 16 is fine, not great. It's not going to get you super good performance, especially when you're on a single streaming machine. So I want 32. 32 just helps programs run better. I might even be able to tell Windows to stop telling me that I need a stupid page file. Although I'm doubtful of that even now. But all things said and done, 32GB would be the request. But I'm also going to be very picky and try and keep my current 16. Because I'm already going to be spending close to, I think, $700 is what I budgeted for the CPU and the motherboard. Adding another $200 for 32GB of RAM is not exactly on my to-do list high priority. So if I can spend like 80 and match my current RAM chips, just stick them in there, double my amount of RAM, even though I'm not getting any performance boosts by not failing to upgrade those systems. Or the really wild card thing that I don't want to try, but I'm worried I might actually be desperate enough to try, is going to be mixing RAM. Because my RAM chips might no longer be in production. I bought them at the birth of DDR4. They're probably close to 10 years old now, these chips. There is a good chance that I may not find anything that matches their performance, speed, or clock. I may just have to buy something else and make the compromise that the slower chip is going to dictate the speed of my system. Also, bearing in mind, mixing RAM can just arbitrarily negatively affect your system in the first place, regardless of matching to the lowest speed or clock of the system. But 16 is enough, don't risk it. Oh, hell no, it's 32 or nothing. If that means I have to go buy 32 gigabyte sticks and not mix, then that's my answer. It's 32 or bust. I'm not staying with 16. Even with all my super duper fixes I've made with browsers, because I'm a hoarder and I run like 500 tabs minimum, I can get 500 tabs on Chrome to open up with under 2 gigabytes of RAM usage. That doesn't stop the computer just hitting a hard limit and then reverting to page file, especially with how Windows uses offload. Windows, I don't particularly like how it manages RAM. If I could get Windows to aggressively offload cached memory, I would be so much happier than using a cached page file. Tabbing into programs and having them sort of buffer off of a hard drive is something I loathe seeing these days. But it's the price I pay for not having an SSD, to be fair. It's just my stubbornness versus my stubbornness at war here. So... and I mean, I say that actually like I don't have an SSD right now in the computer. It's just not booting to that SSD because I tried to clone it and I didn't clone it properly, and I did an actual one-to-one clone of a hard drive to an SSD, forgetting that SSDs actually need fancy, stupid partitions that tell the computer it's an SSD. It's a very, very bad, inaccurate way of explaining it, but it did basically boil down to I put an EFI partition on an SSD that didn't understand what it was, basically. So when I boot to the SSD, it doesn't boot. Technically, I'm set to go. The SSD, the new CPU, the new motherboard, and 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I think I can get my computer back up to a really good standard for a single machine streaming unit. It's gonna take just shy of $1,000 though, and I'm sort of been putting it off. I was meant to do this last tax return, but I had the massive hiccup come along where it turned out I wasn't paying tax on my second job at the time. So I was paying tax on my first job, didn't declare tax on my second job, went to my accountant, and he said, actually, you're getting $120 this year. And I said, I was expecting 10 times that. And he said, yeah, you didn't claim tax on your second income. And it broke even, basically. Minus the $100 fee from the accountant, I walked out with $20. But mistakes, you learn. It was the first time I'd ever had 2 sets of income, and I understood very quickly that those declared tax forms and paperwork forms that all these companies make you sign are actually very important, and you can't just pretend you know what they mean. You actually have to fill them out properly. So, after kicking myself in the shins and going, that's stupid, I didn't end up getting any of these upgrades last year. The bonus news, the good news, the silver lining, is perhaps these parts that I was ordering last year, or at least had the quote for, there is a small chance they might even slightly be cheaper. I know I was being quoted about $700, $600-ish, plus, you know, all these sorts of plus this, plus that. That was for, at the time, the very recently outdated Ryzen CPU with a Ryzen socket motherboard upgrade. DDR4, it was like mid-tier for the time, but it was such a phenomenal upgrade from what I had currently that it didn't matter I was buying mid-tier tech from the current year. Silver lining might be that I can drop that price down to 500 or less this year, depending on, well, I suppose depending on how the CPU market is actually going, because I know supply and demand for that market is its own thing lately. Apparently Thailand are in the monopoly on making chips. So I've heard. It seems like well, I don't know if chips is the right word. I know Nvidia runs through Thailand. Apple's M1 chip, I'm pretty sure, runs through Thailand. I'm pretty sure most Microsoft branded hardware comes through Thailand.
All the trees.
But, well, with all the problems with the supply chain going on around the world, here and there, you remember the, oh, what was that name of that canal between Africa and Europe? The Sway, the one they got the boat stuck sideways in? I remember that caused a lot of shortages during work time hours ordering. We would order 3 months in advance. Or if, you know, the alternative is we ordered and waited 3 months to get anything shipped because there was just that much of a delay. It was a phenomenal shortage of chips at the time. Whether because of that inability to actually ship them or because of something else. I'll admit to not being the smartest person when it comes to global economics. All I know is there was not that many and we wanted a lot and there were very few going around. That was back in 2020. Put that back. Thank you. And that was the point where I actually learnt that a lot of these companies run through I believe it's a semiconductor business or something they call it. That's the technical name for what they do is. But it's based in Thailand. Look at me ramble for like hours on end. This is new. I've spent the whole week basically comatose. I haven't held a sentence together mentally or verbally for 10 days at this point. I have a cap on FPS on my games to not have mic static. I do the same. I mean, it's one of those things. I would rather go above and beyond for helping my computer out if it means I can get a much better stream out of it. If I have to cap my games at 30 FPS, I'm gonna do it. I mean, I'm streaming at 30 FPS anyway, right? There's no point having the game run at 60 if it means that both the game and the stream are gonna run garbage. I could even live with the game running at 28 FPS. I can deal with bottom of the gutter frame rates. If it means it's consistent. Because I would rather 28 FPS if it never dipped than 60, but every 10 seconds it drops. And that's what OBS currently does on the stream. It tells me I've dropped 5,000 frames. It's not to network. It's not to rendering. OBS just decides it doesn't want to submit those frames through, and it frustrates me. But, again, I desperately sort of hope that if I upgrade my computer, some of these issues with OBS might also disappear. The internet and dropout one won't, but whether or not OBS handles it better could be something I could look forward to.
Chopping so much wood.
The farms are cycled. I'm just thinking, where do I put this harpoon while I'm not online?
Mount it to the wall somewhere.
What does that cost? We've got... What is it?
Say bronze nails.
1 bronze nail and 4 fine wood. From memory?
Yeah, it's cheap.
Oh, is that my Draga thing?
Sorry?
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
that's your one on the wall.
It actually frees up a spot for the harpoon. The Draga thing skips a tech tree, doesn't it, too? So that's... Look.
Yeah, because you've skipped Huntsman Bow, which was the iron one.
That extra pierce damage. Not to mention my fine wood bow is apparently level 1 this whole time.
That's going to be such a big jump in damage for us as well. And we need it for the big fight anyway.
I know Yagluth doesn't have any weaknesses, but I'm pretty sure pierce damage is still the best option against him, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Again, I've never actually fought Yagluth, despite having nearly 700 hours.
I'm kind of the same. I've never played Valheim solo past Elder, despite having 800 hours. I keep joining servers where everyone's in the Copper Age already, or up in the mountains already, and it's like, oh.
Ends up just being your pre-leveling routine.
I actually think the first boss I ever fought was Moda. On the WLC server with Red Fairy and DeCrazy.
Yeah, I've started playing this solo, and I remember the first time I fought Eikthyr because it was an absolute disaster, and I died about 8 times because I didn't have a clue how to play the game. I think I eventually killed him with a flint spear.
Nice. Flint's not too bad if it's upgraded, but anything melee against Eikthyr would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, I was running around in not even leather armor trying to do this because I didn't know what I was doing.
It's kind of funny how you can go from, when you first play the game, even Eikthyr seems like a threat, and then you realize 4 armor points and he can't damage you.
Yeah.
We're gonna need another trophy trash box soon.
Yeah. Well, we could buy the Thunderstone and get the...
Ooh, the trophies pay out fairly well, don't they?
Yeah, I think they give you the most coal.
Did you say you broke up the longboat, or is that still somewhere left on the map?
I don't know where the longboat was to start with, so...
I'll try the blank portal then. Your upgrade is looking at around 700 as well. Mistakes were made. Found the longboat. This is why rambling is a problem, because I get caught up in talking absolute nonsense. And then I'll read back to a message from 5 minutes ago, and it's only 5 minutes, and I'll be clueless. I'll be like, what?
So you
I
know
don't
how
get it.
people will spend thousands and thousands of pounds on League of Legends to eventually get like all the champions and stuff?
I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it actually happen.
Well, Microsoft's just announced that all League of Legends champions will be available on Game Pass later this year in all of the different Riot games as well.
So you can... So... The free-to-play game is on Game Pass? It comes with
Yeah,
all the
because they're
champions?
allowing all the champions and all the... like, if you play Wild Rift, all of them, and Valorant, all the operators, they're all going to be free if you're on Game Pass. Which is actually pretty huge.
I'd never actually met anyone who'd ever paid real money for a champion.
I'll be quiet. I know, well, in fact, I've not spent too much, but one of my friends has spent it well into 4 figures on League.
Oh, I got close to, what, 500 US? I think I spent on skins, but never on champions.
Oh yeah, on skins, yeah, he spent about 3,000 UK.
I only played the game for 3 years. I played... If you're familiar with the release schedule, I joined during Lissandra's release and the Freljord update.
Wow. That was before I played it.
And
I joined when they released, just before Jinx was released was when I started.
was that after? Wait, there's no way Jinx was released after Lysandra.
Yeah.
Seems so bizarre to me. I for some reason, imagining League of Legends without Jinx in it just seems like unfathomable.
I know.
That's so bizarre.
Because she's so important to their marketing even now, and obviously the TV show and everything, it's impossible to have League without Jinx.
It's probably just a side effect of me not really paying attention until season 5, but... It's still weird to think about. Like, one of those things, just a real life example of, you know, Abraham Lincoln, the samurai, and the... what was it? The first iteration of the telephone all existed at the same 5-year period. So there was a period of history where Abraham Lincoln could have telegrammed, that's the tech, could have telegrammed a samurai. It's like, when you hear these things, it's like, there's no way a samurai, because in your mind you might think ancient civilization.
Yeah, you're thinking, like, the samurai has connotations of, like, the 1600s, 1700s.
And you hear the actual order of things in that example, and, you know, in minor things like League, and it's like, that doesn't sound right. To me, League has always had Jinx. It's fascinating to think that she was well, it would have been season 4 then, season 3? Lysandra was season 3.
I think Jinx was season 5.
There's no way she was released that late. I must have got seriously into League at the same time Jinx released or something crazy like that. I know it took me about 18 months to even touch the ADC role too, so skewed perceptions and... what's the phrase? Untrustworthy narrator?
So Lysandra came out in 2013. And so did Jinx, actually. They were only 6 months apart.
Okay. It's not such a big difference in release gap, but...
Yeah, I remember Jinx and Yasuo coming out. I want to chop more trees. I'll just double check in case there's any I haven't picked up. That's fine.
Slurp. For some reason I'm out hunting deer. I know we have a stack and a half of carrots. I put a whole stack of carrots back in as seeds. 50 carrots will give us 150 carrot seeds.
Yes.
The onions all went back in, and we had 2.5 stacks of onions put into the veggie chest. That and the entrails means we should have a fairly staple 2-meal diet. Onion soup and sausages. It's the third one I'm trying to figure out. I think the jerky might be the best way to go, but it's not a great stat booster. It's kind of just rounding it out. We might have enough strawberries. We can make a few more milkshakes, though. Oh my word, there's another Draga farm here. Or Draga village. Jinx came after? I I didn't play much of Season 3. I played, and this is how I measure things, right? I played when the Lysandra splash screen was on the old client. Oh, the old client. Oh, old League of Legends. I'm immediately back down memory lane now. Just remembering the old client, the old rune system. Oh, it was such a better game. Look, we need the Warcraft Classic version of League. We just need League Season 3 to 5. Pick one. Pick a year. Season 3 through to 5. Give us that game back. I would download it in a heartbeat. On a separate computer, because I don't trust Tencent as far
For
as
some reason, I can't pick up the bloody iron pickaxe off the item stand.
I suppose I'll come back and see if I can debug it. I don't know why that would be stuck. I know when you get minor server disconnects, sometimes you'll, where am I? What? Is there just a portal down here? There is, okay. I thought I was on the main island for some reason. I got very lost. But I've played on a couple of servers before where there are people who have gone around spamming chests and then logging out. Not intentionally. It's like, oh, the chest won't open, so I keep clicking. They just... That's how they play. But the end result being that the server permanently thinks they have the chest open and lets no one else open the chest after they've logged out.
Harsh, but funny.
What happened to the yard?
I'm tidying it up a bit. I was thinking about trying to get a building set up out of it.
I was thinking about moving the pigs, maybe further down behind all these portals.
Well, that's it, is because the portals are starting to, like, grow arms and legs and are appearing in random locations now. So.
Yeah. We can go one further out. I think I went 2 rungs out for the floor here, but we do have enough stability to go 3 out.
Turns out you can break down the stone bundles. Oh, okay, thank you. With a normal axe, so I'm okay.
The only problem is if we extend the patio of portals, I think we only fit 2 extra on there, given the extra width and curve around.
What I need is a hole now.
Imagine League without
Skills. I mean, I just have a hole lying around.
Vi? I didn't mind Vi. I thought Vi was a very...
I'm gonna make a hole.
I think Vi had a very high skill floor. As in comparatively, not objectively. Once you understood how the 3 of her abilities worked, you understood what order to press them in.
Oh, no wonder I can't bloody move around. I've got a flipping egg in my inventory.
Once you understood which order to press Vi's abilities in, it was situational. It's like you could do this, this, and this for damage boost, this, and this for defense stats, this, and I like that. I like that you actually had a bit of choice with her kit, and how you interacted with her kit changed how the character played. But... Kane... Oh, wait, no, Kane's the weird scythe guy that came out like season 7, didn't he? Or was it very late season 6, I think? Because I do remember playing while Kane was in the game. I properly dipped out and got rid of the game when Zoe released. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. Because the moment you could play Viger for free without the late game scaling, with a one-hit kill on any squishy to mid-lane semi-squishy character, I'm done. That was the moment for me where it stopped being a strategy game and just became you play for picks and whoever gets the pick first wins the fight. And then that meant that while Zoe was strong, she won the picks because she could jump in and jump out for free. do infinity damage that takes Vigar 40 minutes of gameplay to achieve the same amount of numbers. It was like, okay, you've got a character with a nuke button. All they need is 2 items to activate it for a one-shot kill. And all they have to do is jump over a wall and then back again to get that extra distance for the damage scaling to become stupidly overpowered. I tapped out. I was done. At that point, when Zoe released, I said I'm good. I don't need to play a strategy game I don't need to play an action game pretending to be a strategy game. If I wanted an action game back then, I conceded I would still play Overwatch, and that was before Blizzard pulled that. Hey, look at us, we're the worst company in the world move. But that's a different story entirely. Honestly, given how many atrocities the gaming industry, the gaming companies, publishers have really gotten themselves tangled up in, I have to say it's kind of impressive I've only ever blacklisted 3 of them.
Even pick up that pickaxe shit.
Epic Games with our attack on a walled garden's complete disregard for any sort of healthy competitors market. Blackmailing people effectively and strong-arming them.
Or is it just a relog for me?
I don't have a pickaxe, no.
The one that's on the wall.
Let me give it a go. Nope, that seems like either Warlock or...
I put it up there earlier was the thing, because that was the one that was in my inventory.
Because I think the only way to pick...
relog.
Well, if that's... Oh, actually, I'll wait. Because if you get back in and still can't pick that up, that guarantees we have to restart the server to fix that, to ever get it down again.
My worry is it disappears altogether.
Not so long as I stay logged in. Oh yeah, considering out of all of the stuff the AAA games industry has done, having 3 companies blacklisted from games I never want to play ever again isn't the worst. Epic Games, Activision Blizzard King, and Riot Games / Tencent.
Let's see.
There you go.
Yeah, that fixed it.
What a crap. Okay, that was... I wasn't expecting that.
I had a funny feeling it would.
Even EA. I haven't blacklisted EA. But I don't like their business practices and I don't want to financially support them. I get their games elsewhere. But like even EA hasn't got so bad as Epic Games, Activision Blizzard King, or what was the other one? Tencent / Riot Games, right? It blows my mind. Either way. I might break. I might crack. If Tencent / Riot Games came out and said, Season 5 is available for download right now, and you can play it right now, I might go build an old colossal giant fossil of a computer to install that on. I might go get a second machine just to put that launcher on there just to play a Season 5 game every once in a while. Activision did get bought out by Microsoft. That still doesn't mean Activision as a publisher and Activision as a business. I will still separate them because I don't think Microsoft has been too shoddy. In fact, I think Microsoft business practice seems to be quite healthy. They seem to be very pro-customer, which is bafflingly a rarity these days. But there's 2 outcomes. One is that Microsoft buying Activision changes nothing and Activision remains a separate entity, simply reporting to Microsoft, and Microsoft reaps the benefits of a partnership rather than a father-son relationship. if that makes any sense. Because a partnership is more like, hey, Activision, you should release on Xbox only. I suppose buying out Activision Blizzard King forces Activision to do what Microsoft says. So if Microsoft says, hey, Call of Duty is now an Xbox exclusive for 1 year, guess we're all screwed. But something I've been fascinated by. Have you noticed that Microsoft seems to be buying out all the companies that have third-party launches? I wonder if this might have something to do with certain third-party companies not using the Microsoft Store. I mean, I know Fallout Shelter and Fallout 4 are on the Microsoft and Xbox Store. I'm pretty sure for Xbox only you can get all the Activision Blizzard King games, but I do find it amusing that all of the third-party PC launcher companies are now owned by Microsoft. So I don't imagine it's a fair stretch of the imagination to hypothesize those third-party launchers might be disappearing. The Blizzard one is probably here to stay. I don't know if that's going to be phased out over the next couple of years, but that would be quite a task to move that embedded audience off the platform, off the client. Especially with the integrations to Battle.net and the Battle.net client, the Battle.net account, all of the subscriptions, blah, 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 blah. Hence, that puts me in the spot that maybe Activision Blizzard King don't change at all and the acquisition of that company by Microsoft means nothing. However, if Microsoft fire everyone, they would have done it by now. But, I mean, look, we can talk about fairy tales. If Microsoft fires everyone and completely overhauls the CEO structure of that company, it puts them back on my tentatively maybe list. They stop being blacklisted and go back to tentatively maybe.
Cannot see squat.
I wonder, do you think the weather is client side? It actually seems pretty clear to me outside.
It's spitting rain just now. Slightly spitting rain.
It is. Doesn't seem too foggy though. Although I do have torches. I wonder actually, do you think the torches? I'm gonna walk outside and see if that changes. You know how sometimes like you walk into swamps or mistlands and the weather completely changes?
Yeah.
Wondering if stepping outside makes the weather kick in for me. Seemingly no, it's actually the same so far. It's honestly not a bad little bit of work today though. Oh, that is... Without the kilns here, that is so much nicer just to carry the whole platform around.
Yeah, that was how I was thinking about it. I just don't know what I meant to do with the kilns.
Honestly, do we need them? Kilns, yes, we need more coal, but here, like, we could have them anywhere. Even just the 3 we had initially along this path here. It's sort of out of the way with how the path comes down towards this, towards the berry bushes.
Which they'll probably have to get deleted as well, but...
Sadly. They've lived a good life. They've given us 2 dozen berries at this point.
They have provided.
Hey, Kurt. You've come into rant time where I take half hour to read chat. I'm having... Am I having a Chibi moment, or was Chibi having a me moment last stream?
Does look a lot better like that now.
I'm just hoping Microsoft can pull these companies in shape. I definitely have my fingers crossed, but I am not holding my breath. Oh, I meant to say it, and then I second-guessed myself and almost butchered it. Sit up straight. Have a stretch. Why not? From memory, Shahusho. Good evening. Thank you for the vishy vishy. I still need to actually get those
Hello
voice
there.
lines, those sound alerts off the channel. I think I might even be able to say that my week hiatus, my week break is finally over. After today, I have been fine. I've held conversation. I've had fluent thought. I haven't had a wobbly mind or any sort of issues maintaining conversation today, so I'm going to keep up the same habits, and I don't think I'm going to be launching straight back into super streaming every day, but maybe once every second day, once every third. I don't think there's anything I can do to escape the Friday, Saturday, Sunday combo. But I'll see. Point being, that whole tangent was because I need to have a productivity stream. I need to just spend some time on stream doing some art, audio, video, cleaning up the channel behind the scenes and stuff like that, and working with some people to actually figure out where the channel should be going. I want a bit more interactivity on the channel, but I don't know how best to implement it, and that's something I'm sort of trying to think through myself. While I have some ideas, it's not the simplest thing to just be able to go, oh, I mean, that's part of the thing. It's like, if I say, oh, I want this to happen, if no one's going to use it, there's no point me putting it on the channel. To a certain degree, right? I want things there to be used. I like that the emotes are in high demands. That's one of the best things I think I could have ever hoped for. Out of 8-year-old artwork I made all the way back in 2015. But,
Don't drink and say drink only water and
productivity stream on the way. Soon TM.
like in Skyrim. Water is health is fuck bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink
You
water,
think
bitch.
that it was the egg that helped everything? You may be right. You may well be right. I'm on an egg mission right now. I am sending out egg offers to every third VTuber I know. I will make their avatars into eggs whether they like it or not. What kind of wood do you need? Are you using core wood at the moment?
Yeah.
We have half a stack left. And I think I have some pine trees around the place. I'll have some more up soon, too.
We're okay just now. Connected, Chris. So this one is merchant. I'm still not 100% sure what I'm doing. I do a thing where I tend to use certain sizes just to confirm that everything matches.
Pine is core wood, right?
Yeah? Whatever the tall, skinny one is.
Yeah.
That works.
I haven't heard anything about that. In regards to Activision. To be fair, I've not super been in on the loop. Activision a whole lot anyway.
Why is merchant not lighting up?
Capital M?
I hope so. Yeah, thank God.
I'll admit admit to being fairly skeptical about all of those. There's like a mixed bag for me. It's not like I feel companies like Activision Blizzard don't really need
Ike, their rallies are creatures of the
pity
forest.
or anything, but
Okay. Come get nibbled.
there's a lot of these I went to a journalist to tell a story that should have gone to the police kind of things that come out. Kotaku always seems to get the news instead of the local police
One of them
department
just died to bees.
when it comes to actual crimes. And I mean, that alone is enough to just cause skepticism, but it does smack of opportunism. Just like, oh, I can get paid if I tell Activision that they assaulted me. Especially how hilarious some of the stories that actually come out are. But I won't go too much into that. Me being jaded and cynical doesn't mean I like Activision. They're on my blacklist. Just not because of the stories in the news. They're on my blacklist because of Blitzchung. Funnily enough, because that one was reported and had video evidence, and I guess that one technically wasn't illegal. Possibly. Maybe. This case. How Microsoft has been going. Been doing things for the most part. They're trying to integrate other games into Game Pass. That is also very likely. They may just be
on board.
to quote if you are a Hearthstone fan, to quote Trump, HC or SC. Shit, hang on. It's HC, right? For SC. Oh my lord. I know it's been like a year and a half since I watched him play Hearthstone, but is it SC? It is. Trump SC. What does the SC stand for? I thought it was Hearthstone. What does it stand for? StarCraft. Stands for StarCraft. Bet. He plays Hearthstone. It stands for StarCraft. I cannot be convinced otherwise now. Okay. The joke's gone. All I was going to say is fucking Microsoft in there for Value Town purchasing Hearthstone. Just to get it on Game Pass. Average tier joke. Didn't even land it. Welcome to Board Brain. How are you doing? I had another mental gap there. How are you doing, Shahu Show? I think I'm still getting that okay. Warlock. I think Warlock took the opportunity to have a sleep in today because Johnathan's not here either. He's on a holiday. As you may well be aware. But it's just me and Chris pottering around at the moment. Shahu Show says hello.
Hello.
Still always terribly unsure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So, Scratch 1965 too. Thank you for the follow. I am so far behind. We're a whole 8-9 minutes behind. Alright, let's power through. We're only cutting wood. This doesn't take brain power. Just found out Overwatch 2 is free to play. That's fascinating. I genuinely wasn't sure how the Overwatch 2 thing was going to be handled. And honestly, when they got rid of, what's his name? Not Keeley. Was it Keeley? What's the patch man? Jeff. Isn't his name Jeff? When they got rid of him, I thought the game was going to be shelved. Basically, the rumors came down to new project lead isn't happy with the direction the game is going or how much time it's squandered. So new project lead was putting down deadlines and ultimatums that couldn't be met in what seemed like an attempt to possibly just have the project cancelled by not meeting said deadlines and ultimatums. Interesting. And we'll see what comes of the game, because I still technically don't know what Overwatch 2 is even selling, except Overwatch. But again, given the fascinating revelation that it's now free, is curious, because that means it's either going to be a live service, which I suppose in a sense the current game already is. But the other thing to take into mind with that
There's
is...
like a 1 pixel I have to hit.
the thing that I never thought would happen regarding Overwatch 2 being free. Well, that was the whole premise, was that you would pay, right? To get the new version. The fact it's free seems weird to me, because they've put in years of effort to now go free to play. To me, that sounds like they've invented some new monetization model. Activision has released a patent on a long-awaited predatory monetization model that's been implemented or something. But again, jaded and cynical coming through. Never optimistic, because if you're optimistic, you get disappointed.
You can now go inside and repair all of that eventually.
If you're jaded and cynical, you can only be impressed and have happy endings. That's how it works. It's guaranteed. Right? And that was a hydrate as well. Good lord. Okay. Remember that part where I said we're going to smash through everything so I'm caught up and then I rambled for another 10 minutes? It does feel nice to be back. I spent half of this week that I've not been streaming, I spent asleep. The other half I spent confused, and the other half I spent asleep. In that order. Thank you for the hydrate, Joe. What's your late question? Favorite Pokemon?
Well, I must judge that better.
Too many Pokemon to name. Oh lord, I've forgotten why I asked that. I think I remembered why I asked that. Okay. So it was a crass joke, but I do remember you mentioning in passing that you had a birthday coming up. The joke was of it basically... Oh, wait, hang on. Do I want them? Yes. The joke was... I found out the other day that Pokemon themed donuts exist, and they're marketed and sold as Ponuts. You can probably see where this is going. The packaging has them all doing over-the-shoulder poses. And the whole premise, I'll reveal my secret because I think the day has passed and the moment is gone, but the whole thing was, what's your favorite Pokemon? And I was just gonna edit an animated candle on top of a donut. My sense of humor never fails to astonish. Can you call it a sense of humor? Only loosely.
What have I done wrong there? Nothing. Good.
I have hunted the trees, and I have brought back many bounty fruits of the sentence. Right. Bit more core wood, a ton more regular wood, and a tiny bit more fine wood.
Amazing. Thank you. Definitely borked that piece that I was trying to put up.
I have 8 more oak trees to plant too. That was actually a profit in seeds. Try not to waste them now. Planting them too close to rocks.
Oh, it worked! I don't think it quite worked, actually. Damn it. Put that there just now to make it strong.
I only have myself to blame for that. I knife launched myself at a grayling and missed entirely and just hit one of the oak trees I just planted.
Is it kind of like a bored out kind of moment?
It was a bored moment.
A bored moment.
Right. Okay. So, sausages, onion soup. We can make boar jerky. What is the best thing we can make with boar meat, though? Right. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, nice! The Sea of Thieves update allows you to name your bot.
Seems like something. Come on, Victorian Everberts all had fancy names. How is that not in the game?
Everybody's gonna be sailing around in Boaty McBoatface.
Oh, yeah, I suppose they'll have profanity filters, so it'll just be that. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to take a very quick break. Let me actually get through all of these messages because I have been dawdling and rambling and getting off track so many times. Must have been missing parts of the conversation. I'm all over the place. So am I. Join the club. Doing well, chilling with Stardew Valley, and I do say it correct. I'm glad. I've been trying not to mess it up, but I always second guess myself. Kaplan, thank you. That's the name of the guy. He was the director of Overwatch, and, well, he was the guy who always... well, I don't know if he was the director. He was definitely the PR guy.
The hell?
And he either resigned, moved on, retired, whatever the case. I don't believe he's in any... I don't believe he's with the Overwatch team anymore, if he's even still with the company.
More scaffolding to achieve
So,
this bit.
the rumor was when he left, or when some other important people left with him around the same time, that the game was basically going to be turfed, thrown out. It was around the same time they bought King, I think, too. Within a couple of months, I believe, he
Holy
left.
crap, I have 1 HP after that fall. I didn't even notice.
What sense of humor? 10 out of 10. I'm glad there's a minor appreciation for the garbage my brain thinks of, but yes, I need to take a very quick break. I've been drinking too much water, and I don't know... When we're going for 5.5 hours, I don't want to overdo it. That's one of the big things I'm very worried about now. Having crashed and burnt for an entire week without the energy to really do anything when I'm actually up and about, I think I'm just going to space myself out more. Even if that means I stream more often, but less thoroughly, I guess is the word. But however long we go for, I need to take a very quick break. I shouldn't be too long. It's only going to be for restroom breaks. Thank you for sticking around if you're going to head off. And if you are staying here, I shouldn't be too long. I'll be right back.
There we go. That's all of them now covered. I think we've basically got an entrance exit here. Yeah, that becomes an entrance exit road. That's quite cool, actually. I don't want to make some of this concrete floor.
Oh, hello. I'm back. Returned.
Too dark for me to build again.
I am going to make a quick change to the AFK music again because the songs are, we have to stick with the typical theme of the channel. Right. Hello, I'm returned.
Welcome back.
How goes the canopy?
Have a look.
Holy cow. Good lord. This is amazing.
Looks, I like how it looks. I'm just trying to work out the kind of other part of this where obviously we need like a forge area. What I kind of really like is this ramp that was built before kind of works like an exit straight out here.
That was originally how I was planning it until I blocked it off with beehives. I'm thinking... Oh, pardon me.
You okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully I've
Probably
not
just
messed
stood
up
up
any
to
of the
pick-
portals.
I wouldn't imagine so. Given we have 12 chains, 2 coal, 5 bronze, 1 chain gives us a hanging brazier.
We have an extra 3 chains because I went and 3 iron because I went and broke the cooking hooks that were out there as well. But I'm probably going to do something with that as well once I work it out in my head.
Sconce is just 2 copper, which I don't think we have, do we?
You want to night cycle it quickly? Sorry. Just so I can see what I'm doing.
That's half the reason I was looking at lighting options.
Fire out the backs went out 2 seconds. Did that?
Nearly day 200.
So how can I...
The reverse boss runs normally take this long.
I mean, Haldor runs do, apparently.
Alright.
Oh, I really wish I had first person mode to see how this is working.
I heard you've been playing a bit more of Elder Scrolls Online lately too.
Yeah, I've got one character up to... Oop, crap, wrong button! Ah! I've got one character up to level 23. Have you managed to play it at all?
I actually haven't. I was wondering what the leveling's like. I know the MMOs can be a very wide mix of pure dopamine leveling like in Final Fantasy or actual grind like in Warcraft.
Well, I've been leveling through questing. So I don't know what that says in comparison to anything else, but I've just been literally leveling through doing like area quests. So every area seems to have its own mainline quest.
I don't
So I've
know
been
if
kind of just doing that.
I know I seem to have a couple of problems streaming Final Fantasy 14. I don't know if that's an engine thing. It just although I did test with Twitch Studio with that program. I don't know. But I do want to get I would do want to give Elder Scrolls Online a proper go. Especially motivation now that I actually have a lot of the content up to date.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the actual square there.
but I won't lie, I have no idea what I'm actually getting into.
I mean, I've found it very enjoyable. It's just kind of easy to play. I find it very relaxing. So that's the actual square of the area. So this goes one cube too far outwards if you wanted to make a perfect square, but I don't. So maths dictates
Well,
them there and there.
is that the
I don't
cube?
want the kilns in here.
You could always bury...
I mean, we could basically put them back where they were, but
That's what I'm... Because the way the cliff here basically works, it's not like that's super in the way.
yeah. You know what? Let's pick up a few sirloins.
And I feel like, given how much metal we have already smelted, you could have 2 kilns on the outside and a smelter in the middle, and that would be a nice ratio of coal to...
Poison is... That's why. Hopefully this doesn't bark everything. Perfect.
Nice.
No, they would be like that. I get them to go further back.
Or even just one smelter and one kiln would be fine, I think.
It's as far back as it can go. Okay. Okay, works if I pick it up, you dull ball.
You know, that was actually something I was talking about the other how earlier today. I was talking about the fact that there are 3 possibilities for how today goes. I know Tone's playing No Man's Sky at the moment. But my 3 options were going to be Deep Rock, just to grind, get a couple of cores, see what I can do with the weekly assignments, the last day they have left.
Down for floor level.
Option B, because I now have 60 minutes, and this is where the conversation went and got derailed.
Aha!
I now have 60 minutes of filtering on my microphone.
I think what you were saying
So,
might be right, board.
The wheel, all this clicky stuff and all of the clunky wheel stuff that when it goes grinding the gears, gets all filtered out. That means the old agreement.
Nice if you could sort of bed that back into the wall.
You can. It's probably not something I'd recommend here, but I know if you place the kiln first and then build the wall up around it.
Yeah, I don't want to mess that cliff edge up.
Yeah, it's kind of a moot point here. We've already got the cliff edge.
Because that would be it with just the basic 2.
Yeah.
The other option is we raise the ground here so it's flat, so it brings the cliff around to here. and you put the other one facing inwards, and then you do a steeper drop to leave. But I think that's okay with just the two.
That'd be a smoother gradient because it does. The pathway sort of reaches ground level here. So. Well, you would just extend it out a little bit as opposed to. Are you keeping this rock?
No, I'm going to. The other option is this. Give me all of those. Give me all of those. Just to put them like that. Round the corner.
Filtering. Shorten the timer.
Yeah, that looks better just round the corner out the way, to be
It
honest.
resets it more frequently. You now get... what would it be? I think it might actually work out to be the same. 240 minutes a week. I'd have to do the math. Because it resets daily now.
There you go.
Honestly, isn't that bad? That utilizes that space a whole lot more efficiently.
And we've got all these chests here anyway.
Yeah, and it's not in the way at all. The only thing that's going to be awkward is getting between them, but even then, they're nicely
There's enough room
spaced.
to pick up. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I actually really like that. That's way more
efficient use of space.
Convenient efficient use of space.
And yeah, it means you can set up these chests to probably work a bit better as well.
There are 2 chests that are just completely wasted there. Speaking of, I was going to go plant some more trees. Okay, no. I wanted corewood, because we're actually only down to like 2 stacks of corewood, I think, at this point.
You can hear the death.
The bacon?
The death, the destruction, the bacon.
It feels like it'd be a medieval butcher's slogan. Okay, brain. This is the first failed sentence I've had all day. Thankfully, they weren't a rarity before. This isn't me packing it in or giving up. I used to do this all the time, where I would say things and then derail my own conversation. What happened 10 days ago and what I went on a week's break for was the fact that instead of derailing my own conversation, I would just stop. I wouldn't have that flow of thought or the flow of consciousness. It would just not happen. So it's funny that I end up at the same result where I end up repeating myself or never finishing a sentence. And the only real functional difference is the method achieved to get there. It goes from worrying to just, oh, it's fine. This is normal. So I've been streaming for 6 hours. I don't want to go for too long, but I now have 60 minutes of remove the clicky button from my microphone every day. Every day. I could actually, well, again, it's 60 minutes, right? So if I did racing games every day, it would be for an hour each day. It doesn't accumulate. It doesn't collect or anything like that. It is just 60 minutes every day. I think that is 15 minutes too short for the I could be up to actually like a whole hour too short for the Wednesday race day. But that might just have to be counteracted by me repeatedly toggling the thing on and off. I wonder if I can set up hotkeys. Share widget when call starts. Noise cancellation mode auto.
Don't know if you want to sort of look at those chests and work out how you want to arrange them, because you're much better at that than me.
What chests are we talking about?
The pile of chests that are just underneath the window here.
Oh, the old farming chests.
Not anymore.
Right. Well, I suppose the first four can stay farming. Trees, vegetables, blank and blank.
Lincoln. Whatever you want, really.
We have 8 new chests here. Well, I think it goes without saying one of them is going to be stone.
Yeah. Just sort of... Because we'll be doing a lot of the smelting over there as well.
True.
I need to repair again.
We don't have many ores though. They basically get fed through immediately. There's signs. Oh.
Easy enough to make. We've got the coal and the wood, so...
Do we have the coal? I have 1 coal.
It'll be in one of the... There's 50 coal here, hold on. Here you go. Yoink.
Thank you. Wednesday race day, now it's going to be exclusively F1 because we're not going to have enough filtering time to switch to a different racing game. So race day Wednesday is now just going to be variety day Wednesday, and could end up being for the next few weeks the Crash Bandicoot Wednesday day. Wednesday day? English.
There we go.
On top of that, it does put me in a bit of a predicament because I do like my racing games and I am going to need my shot of racing game nicotine every once in a while. The predicament then, of course, boils down to... Can I do that? Oh my lord, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh lord, that's beautiful. This makes no sense, but I'm running with it.
Probably trash all those chests that are...
Stony. Or maybe we should go... Stonely. Lonely. Only... Whoop, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of any other resources that we can end in ELY. I want to just write pepperoni. Hey, Shelley Payne, welcome in.
Just now, please. I've got blood coming out of my nose.
Oh. For lack of any other idea what to write there at the moment, it's going to be pepperoni. So, Stonely is stone. Lonely, I guess, can just be other things for now. Pepperoni could easily be settling cause. These are gonna get changed basically immediately, but
I feel like it needs some adornments.
you know what? I should move my silly things over here. Stony, lonely, bony, pepperoni.
What adornments could that
Should just live here. We'll do that. We'll be serious because this is going to be the smelting chest section, so. I'll behave. Bacon, sausage, pepperoni, and biscuits. I'm fairly certain they're going to be renamed. Johnathan has always been better at that kind of stuff than me. I need to eat sausage.
For the merchant quickly. Do we have a thunderstone before I go? Because if we don't, we'll acquire one.
Oh, the thunderstone. I thought you said thunderstorm. I was like, what kind of...
Why you confuse me so?
You mental fade moment. Oh, they're common with me, don't worry. Stonely, bonely, lonely. Baroni. Easy. Now we need to figure out... I guess we're just making another chest, right? Or 3, or 4. Just too many. We need more chests.
We could spend 10 iron and put in a hot tub.
Does that just give a single point of satisfaction, or?
Basically. It would sit rather nicely right under that extended canopy, but I think we need iron for other things beforehand. Fortunately. Oh shit, we're not building an obliterator. Needs 8 iron and 4 copper.
Copper is Cooper, tin is Timmy, iron is Ethan. That's not a bad actual naming system there.
Really works. Stonely, lonely, bonely, pepperoni. Boards.
I may want to keep those, so I'm repurposing them around the back of the house so no one will likely notice.
Oh, credit where it's due for those.
I mean, it sounded great when I had Stonely. And then I just derailed from there.
Need to sort out these 4 chests up here as well, because there's a lot of crap in them.
There it is.
Just sort of working things out in my head as to what else we could put in here, because we're going to need the big central fire again. But actually have the recipe for the big ass fire. What have I not touched? Oh no, I do. Bonfire, 1 core, 5 bark.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you should have everything just from what you've been building the last half hour. Just realized we have a blob trophy. When the earth did we ever get a blob trophy?
I have no idea. Feels like having a big bonfire is just going to get really in the way now.
I mean, what if we tuck the bonfire into the corner here?
'Cause that's where it would be there.
I mean, that's a lot more roomy than it was before. What if you tuck it against this pole instead of putting it in the dead center?
I have a cunning plan, but it's going to take a slight bit of remodeling. I'll have to do it once it's daylight.
We can cycle.
I'll have to raise that part of the roof.
You know, it's a lot easier making it to bed before morning when you're actually home.
I swear it's been like 5 times where you've just like ported back just as it's turned into the next day. Got all of the wood to do what I want to try. Might not work, but I'll try. 200!
Hey. We've officially hit 100 hours on the reverse boss run. Well, by the end of today, actually, right?
I think so, yeah. What? Works if I can actually get up on the roof. Up.
I actually wonder.
Do I want it?
That's 100 hours the server has been live, but...
Oh, good. I think if you do that. Yeah, I think it's better to save your stream than me.
Having a shotgun for a nose is not as fun as it sounds.
Yeah, Dad sneezed, so I've got to mute it pace.
I've completely lost thought of what I was saying.
That's a very powerful sneeze.
Yeah. Something about...
I don't think this is going to have enough integrity to do this, but we'll see.
That's right, 100 hours on the server. The server has been up for 100 hours, but how many individual hours do you think we've collectively put into this world?
Oh, as a team, several hundred. Just kind of cool. Like I'm genuinely quite fond of this server now.
I do like Jonathan's idea of repurposing it for a build server afterwards.
Yeah. Gosh.
I have a bit more stone.
What do you think of that little extension on it there?
Give me 1 sec.
That will allow me to do is once I remember how to build things. I need 2 stone, 2 iron and 4 stone. Iron, a handful of stone down here probably. Yep. Should allow.
Right.
There.
So I suppose I'm gonna say that goes there. This goes here. Bones go there. And you've got 3 chests for trophies. Just
What do you think of
cool random
that?
garbage. Nice! Actually, the stone hearth makes way more sense.
And we can also cook over that as well.
Yeah. I don't have the iron. Oh, new recipes. Thank you, stone cutter. I don't have the iron chains though. I think I put them back in the chest.
Yeah, they're probably all up there in the
Oh,
chest.
drink, and Pepsi. Oh, drink only water and milk. Else bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is healthy.
There's a forge for that.
Yep. Better drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water,
Very
bitch.
forge
Drink.
temporarily
Water,
breaking
drink.
you.
Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink.
Throw my
Water,
food
bitch.
out. I've got 40 stamina to make this trip work.
Go.
Thank you for the hydration, anything?
Jonathan's gonna come back like, what have you lot
You're
been
way
doing?"
overslept today. I've been seeing you pull some crazy hours on stream lately. It's very easy when you start doing shifts like that. You can just feed into this
There,
aggressive
go on,
cycle
got
of
10 HP.
waking
The
up
thing
later,
again-
staying up later, waking up later. It's not so bad if you don't have a lot of obligations
Like
to
mushroom
a
or something.
day-night cycle. If you I don't want to say fortunate enough to not have the 9 to 5 grind, but
Go.
do I still have the wood on me? No, I don't. It's in the other chest. Is there some wood here? Thank you. It's very easy to find a very aggressive cycle of staying up too late, regardless of streaming. Staying up too late, waking up too late, staying up even later, waking up even later. It's so easy to fall into that trap. Job seeking and streaming at the moment. In a bit of the same boat, actually. It was actually, funnily enough, losing my last job is what actually gave me the opportunity to even start streaming. Having basically an infinite amount of free time. It was kind of like
There we go.
I don't know how you'd phrase it.
Sealed.
2 birds of 1 stone, I guess, is the best I can think of.
All of those, but
Because I'm not going to be doing a whole lot. I'm job seeking every other day, going out, putting my resume in places, knowing half of them aren't even going to ring me. All that aside, what am I carrying too much of? that aside, it was the facts. This is how I phrased it, right? I'm not going to work, so I'm going to sit at home and play video games or watch YouTube. And I
There was
thought,
like a half-second delay between me hitting the rock and it actually breaking.
I thought to myself, I'm just gonna open OBS and do the same thing I'd be doing anyway. I'm only gonna be sitting here playing games, so I might as well just open OBS and two birds, one stone. And that was basically it. I had originally, funnily enough, I had no intent to ever have a microphone. I still don't intend to ever have a camera. I really do enjoy the laziness of this all. That sounds terrible. But in the sense that I don't
Yee, that's awesome.
find myself fond of the idea of putting in an hour's effort just to play a video game and stream it. So I'm probably never going to get a webcam. I've never been a dress-up kind of person anyway. I dress up like 3 times a year. Birthday, Christmas, New Year's, and there you go. Country bumpkin at heart. And unfortunately, yeah, I look like I'm backwater brood. Again, yeah, I know I'm my own worst enemy. You're your own biggest critic, but that being said, those are my reasons I'm never gonna have webcam. I said I was never gonna have a microphone, to be fair, when I started. I was gonna be pure gameplay. My main motivation was more or less basically I want to make some VODs, and then I want to edit those VODs and put them on YouTube. And then some guy, Joe Toy, I actually do really appreciate him coming in and helping. Absolute amazing. Came in, just offered expertise, a bit of advice, a bit of help, getting myself set up properly with a bit of a better audio setup than what I had originally. To the point now where I'm super happy. I'm very audio critical. Bad audio drives me insane. I won't listen to something if it's got bad audio. Or if it's so bad it's hilarious. There's like there's a point where you go so far wrong that it's just funny. But more often than not, I am super critical of a lot of audio stuff. Getting my streams to a point where I'm happy to listen to them was absolutely phenomenal. That was like, to me, that's the bare minimum, but being there is so...
It really doesn't help how much wood I just gathered.
It's nice. So, again, I say right now, never gonna have a webcam, but bear in mind I said that about microphone when I started, so anything can change. Alright. I think... I need to go rename those signs wood.
Sorry?
Fairly certain Johnathan will end up renaming all the smelting stuff, but I can at least try better than Stony, Bony, Lonely, and Pepperoni.
Frankly, I think that's beautiful.
I'm keeping them around the back, just not here. Pause. Pause.
We have so much honey. It's terrifying.
Pause. The fact we have a full chest, but it'll start disappearing when we start making healing potions and tasty mead. I'm still drawing a blank on this one. Weekends, the sleep schedule is usually off the rails. My sleep schedule's all over the place. The best I can ask for is that my sleep schedule is at least consistent, even if it completely doesn't correlate with the day-night cycle. Online job hunting for sure. 20 to 30 applications every day. Damn, that's showing me up by quite a lot, actually. Use Twitch Studio now? At most comb my hair. I don't think I can get away with just doing that, though. Maybe. I'm not going to tempt my fate. I'm not going to tempt fate or try my luck. I'm going to play it safe. We're going to just stick with microphone for me. It's where I'm comfortable, which is saying something, because back in December, this was not my comfort zone. This was way out of my comfort zone. When I first started, it was on a cheap laptop and a smart TV in your place sitting on the end of the bed. Crafty setup? I've seen that's been probably the most interesting thing of being involved a bit more in a lot of these communities. Seeing some of the setups people have. You see people out there that you would never expect to have super gaming rigs. And then you'll occasionally find a stream that's really struggling. And it's not bad, like the production quality is still there, but it's like something just hasn't lined up properly that day or with that game. I mean, I'm definitely in that category. I'm one of those something hasn't lined up streamers. Whenever I play No Man's Sky, you know, it doesn't stream very properly at all. Every time I land on a planet, it's a PowerPoint slideshow. But it's fascinating because to me, I've lived with those shortcomings visually. Well, I guess forever. I try and push the most I can out of my machine, but it can only go so far. I tried playing No Man's Sky without OBS open the other day, and it doesn't run any better. It actually still stutters whenever I land on a planet. It stutters when I take off. It runs genuinely about the same, which took me by absolute surprise. But the thing was, when I didn't have OBS open, it worried me so much less. Like, just having it happen, I was like, oh, who cares? I'm not looking for thrilling, gripping gameplay whenever I launch my starship off the planet. It's just basically an animation for me.
Oops.
But when it comes to producing a video, content, a stream, it's like a whole nother part of my brain takes over, and I'm thinking about it from a viewer's perspective. I'm definitely
Because it was struggling to interact with me transforming the land.
Probably just me being disconnected might have done that.
Maybe. Nice smooth walkway there.
I normally don't. Oh. I normally don't have 2 macro dropouts in one night.
I have arrived. I see you.
That sounds actually quite picturesque.
Hmm? Picturesque.
I can't. You'll have to live with it. Someone else can beat me to the game. quite a insurmountable hill. To a certain degree.
He says while wheeking up the hill at pace. Remember, we've got the little back door here.
True, actually. Bearing that in
I made
mind,
a
if I
little sort of
actually ever
ramp off
remember
the
to
side.
use it.
But yeah, I just thought it kind of fits now that it makes it a kind of nice enclosed compound. Still kind of want a hot tub, not gonna lie. But
Yeah,
think
but you
that's
can
enough.
scrap like you can make a hot tub and when you scrap it, you get all the stuff back, right?
Yeah.
It's a zero risk
Axe
investment.
back.
If everyone else likes it, it stays. If they don't, we get the materials back.
It might require a few more trips to the swamps.
How many does it take?
8 or 10. I would also need to go to the plains to get tar. 10 iron. So it is a lot. Other priorities first. I'm really happy with that as well.
I do apologize. The ads would be pre-roll, but because I disconnected, it probably runs them. It's not something I thought about. Because pre-roll works by basically saying you have connected to this streamer and then basically charges you an entry fee. Functionally, I can't say I hate the idea because it does give me time to prep and reset and make sure everything's running properly when I do get reconnected. But I do get it's annoying. Being beneficial just for that little tiny window of time that it would give me definitely doesn't outweigh the naggy feeling you get by watching. Right. Ores, cores, I guess more would be coal. Cores, ores, mores, and I couldn't think of a fourth rhyme.
Yeah, we do need some light here.
This is quite an excess of stone we've got here too.
Shit, I didn't realize I could make myself one of them.
Boars? I didn't think of boars, but we do already have boar meat in here. Speaking of, I should find out what we can do with boar meat. Considering we have... Let's actually find out. We have 169 pounds of boar meat.
Your farm's been doing its job then.
Speaking of, I might go refresh them. Boar meat is sausages, of course. I could throw some more mushrooms in there for them. There is way too much boar meat to on-trail ratio. We can... Actually, we have so much honey, we might as well turn some of it into jerky.
Yeah, I think boar jerky is really useful just to pick and run with.
Yeah, there's pottering around home. Plant.
the fuck? It didn't pick up the copper. I am full, boy.
Am I already... I'm already full. That's fine. Welcome in, Game Station. How are you doing today? I am thinking of winding down. This whole stream has been a winding down stream. And as nice as it's been to properly stream, I've said this is gonna be my third time repeating this sentiment, but I don't want to push myself too far. I need more entrails. Entrails be used for anything else? I think so. Not without upgrades I don't think we can access. Love using the boar jerky for around home, combined with deer stew and honey. And a nice bit of stamina. That actually doesn't sound terrible, because you've got the... Can I do that? No. Because you've got the deer stew. What we can do is that. The deer stew gives you more than enough health for pottering around home. I think even if you get like troll raids or something, that's not a bad bit of kit to have. Because once you have the shield to block a troll, or like once you have a shield to block whatever thing is attacking you, it doesn't matter how much health you have, really. Past a certain point, I guess.
So I need 2 cordwood for that.
Or jerky multipliers. It's a 1-to-1 ratio, but we're going to be getting 2 out of it. Oh really? Deer stew, honey, and boar jerky gives you enough health so if you fall off the roof you don't die. I suppose that would make sense. Sausages alone give you quite a bit. Deer stew is better than people give it credit for, I think.
I don't know how it looks from outside. Pretty imposing, actually.
Put the thistle back as well. This is where we run out of space. It's true too, it is super cheap to make. I mean, we had 169 pounds.
I think I'm
boar meat.
finally done doing the building thing for now.
So we would likely end up with over 200 pounds of jerky, which is insane to think about. Oh, no, it would probably end up about the same weight. It would weigh the same, but you'd have twice as much, numerically. Cooked meat. Or jerky can go in cooked meat.
Where did chains go?
Metal too, I think. So if you are pottering around home, don't forget to check the cooked meat chest, because the boar jerky and the white foods are probably going to rest in there. Speaking of, with the wolf meat, should I jerkyify some of the wolf meat?
Well, we'll need the wolf skewers for Moder, so
Yeah, the
not
skewers are
100%
way better.
resources.
Yeah. Never mind. Hey Tone, how's it going? How was your stream? You were actually a candidate I was going to raid out to today, but I'm not going to be streaming too much longer, but you beat me to the punch, apparently. We've done a fair bit of pottering around today. Warlock has taken advantage of the lazy day. Honestly, I wasn't sure if today was going to even be a stream day. I wasn't sure what other people's plans were going into this morning. FractureChris, he said he was going to be up and about and online, so I thought I'd join him so it wasn't a lonely morning. We've done a fair bit of cooking. We did a little bit of iron. We have the totems for the ugly fight, and we were lucky enough, the first time never punished, first time always lucky, we found our withered bone in a chest in the swamp. And then for the rest of the 5 hours, we found nothing. So, the luck ran out very quickly. Off there now, bored. I'm probably going to do the same once I'm finished cooking, to be honest.
Cool, that's been a lot of fun. Got some really good progress, actually.
Yeah. Just even one withered bone is... I mean, I'm going to take it as a morale boost. Even if we just neglect to tell everyone else we didn't have luck elsewhere.
Oh, I just died.
Oh my lord, how?
I jumped out the window and didn't realise I only had 8 HP. I might have taken the shortcut out of the window next to the wood bench.
Bit of a drop.
Yeah, it's been hell of a good progress.
It has. For 50% crew, I think we've done exceptionally well.
Yeah, I think it's been one of the bigger jumps we've had. Question. Where is the completed iron gone?
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah.
Just because we've got the... I can't think of a fourth ring.
It's no better than it was before, but, you know, the first 3 makes sense. I do think the smelted iron could live inside. I don't really know what that fourth set of chests is going to be. I'm sure Johnathan will find a use for it, though.
Yeah.
But I think cores, ores, and coal the only thing technically out of place there is cores. So we need them for the portals. The Men's Sky Expedition is a pain? I remember you saying you think you were done with it. I know it's... I still, honestly, I have so many things on my to-do list. I just need to... I'm feeling a bit better up to the task this week. Considering last week where I was so out of it, I don't think I was even awake. For this week, I genuinely... I feel better. I feel much better. Just purely energy. Like, it's not a health thing, it was just my energy was so down in the dumps, I wasn't able to even string sentences together, but... Even having said that, I've fallen behind so much. I've spent... We'd be halfway through the expedition and I haven't even started it. I've also got a copy of Elder Scrolls Online that I want to eventually open up and get started on too. Whether or not I can stream Elder Scrolls Online is another thing entirely. I've had mixed luck streaming MMOs, so we'll have to see and take it with a grain of salt whether or not it actually streams. Then it's one of those things, though. Being able to stream it absolutely multiplies the motivation to go do something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off there. It's been a lot of fun. I will catch you later.
I mean, that's a hell of a piece of work you've actually finished on out here. That's insane. And the log piles too. Wow.
We've got to have logs for the fires.
I'm gonna smelt this 22 wood. I've got plenty left.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's been a blast. I will see you next week.
Bye.
Bye. I am juggling hotkeys. God. Chris built all of this by himself. Like, this is insane. All I did was go out and cut down a couple of trees. I mean, Johnathan's done an amazing job on the house. Chris has single-handedly given us a proper portal hub and tucked away all the smelters into a place that actually made sense. I gotta be careful not to die here because I don't see the damage marker. But it has been a productive day. I've marked a couple of bits of iron. I can't forget that. We have to go collect those, even if that only ends up being a couple of bits of iron here and there. But yeah, I think that's a great place to end. And just the 5th totem alone. Once we spawn Yagluth, it doesn't matter if we leave him there for eternity and prep and get food and do other things. I mean, I feel like boss fights in Valheim ends up being a war of attrition. Even if you run out of food and you run out of items and you run out of gear, you run out of everything, you still just start throwing bodies into the pile. You run after Yagluth time after time. I mean, just me, maybe. I get the feeling, though. I do get the feeling Valheim's the kind of game where once you start a boss fight, you just keep suiciding until he's dead, too. Which I can respect. A little bit. I can respect that a little bit. Goose joined me, had an unfortunate fate. He died and had to restart. Oh no. How does... So, if Goose dies while he's joining your world, how does that work? Because he has to start again, doesn't he? Need more silver from what you can see. Oh boy, do we. We actually are set. I do have only my level 1 wolf pants. And we have tin. We got bronze, tin, copper. A ton of these too. Very happy actually. Gardening, put that back before I forget. Ton of food, pottering around, just for general use too. I know Chris is going with a full set of Fenris. I think Warlock might be doing the same, but I think I'm going to go for... I'm honestly, I would love to see more late game cloth armors because the metal armors have some big debuffs to them. Such as electric damage. If we get a late game electric attack monster, it basically was just gonna be suicided to win in a metal armor kit. Hence why I'm super curious to actually see late game cloth armors come into it. The Fenris armor being the best cloth armor I think you can get in the game currently. Stands to reason why people want to keep trying to use it for fighting Yagluth, but I think the lack of armor points alone is a big reason to at least consider using something a bit more late game. But you're right though, silver armor versus Fenris armor, that's probably a fair fight. I don't honestly think you're taking too much difference in damage. And the Fenris does give you an automatic resistance to fire, so... Ooh, Taxi. Batching, only 275 to go. City of Heroes. Game baked has 5 people doing his Mato Tahamo, turning point wild RP. Crazy QC, grind for Yak, expert mode 2. He was talking about fighting Yak the other day. I think he got, it was interesting having him prep so much for a 3 multiplied difficulty motor and then it turning out not to scale the health. And I still think that's what it might have been. During the reverse boss run, that's something we're looking at now, is the fact that the bosses scale with each person, not with the star difficulty by the seam, but well, maybe they do. That was the entire question. I think the bosses, and this is my theory, I think the bosses are spawning in with base health even if they spawn in as a 2-star boss in Crazy's run.
Level off in an environment that they are fit.
Oh yeah, Bob, you were doing the reverse boss run. I was actually telling Chris earlier about the fact you seem to have just a wall of totems, which is, well, amusing given how much time we've invested into the game. To just see your stream and you're doing reverse boss run and you have like a house built out of totems and we have our 5 we've collected, we have a 5. Look, we've made progress. But it was amusing to see that contrasted. Crazy's ending? Ah, shame. Well, that gives us 2 options. Taxi. I do love Taxi. She's like the aunt I wish I had. And love my actual aunt, but Taxi really hits that. It's a good time. It's a good time. And Shennypeen just started up too. Shennypeen's a good chill stream to hanging out to as well. The only thing I'm wary about is jumping across genres, but I always say I raid where I want to go, which would have been Crazy. I would have ended up in Crazy's stream. Is he still going? Oh, maybe he's still going. He's just got webcam on? I'll quickly see if I can suss out whether Crazy is going to be streaming. Please log back in. Alright, that's sort of... He's still going. Ooh, keep it in the Valheim circles. As much as I love Taxi, I probably will head over there to say hi, but we'll keep it in the Valheim. Let Bouncer Bucky decide. What does Bouncer Bucky say? It's the what Bouncer Bucky really he knows when to listen. I mean, hey, the raid was already set. It's amusing to me. Alright. If you have the channel emotes unlocked, they're 100 points each. You can use the paid emote redemption, all except for the animated one, apologies. If you don't, there is the raid regular global emote. Thank you so much for hanging out today. It actually has been nice to properly be back. I kind of felt it yesterday, but today felt good. I felt a lot better today, but time is out. And I'll catch you later.